on, you all. Come on in. Come on in. Come on in. Thank y'all so much for tuning in. Come on in here. Hit the like button on the way in. How's everybody doing? This is not going to be long. It's not going to be long at all. Just want to follow up, touch base. Y'all, we got, oh man, I got a video for Sunday. Scientology went to court and lost. Growing up Scientology is so excited. All right, we got a new video for Sunday. Oh my God. I got to check that out. Y'all come on in here. How's everybody doing? Lord Candace, you get called out by everybody. First, let's tackle what's going on. Shout out to Gary. He said he gave me a shout out here. How y'all doing? Y'all good? Got a couple emails and just want to make sure everybody good and okay. Do I need to look at this live stream from Gary or no? Are we good to go? I wanted to look at what Matt Walsh said on this podcast here. They went in on Candace. We need to go back to Gary. Give me a timestamp. Try to figure out what's happening. I want you all to be okay. You understand? Y'all come to me and say that any one of my supporters are upset about something or something that's happened that warrants my attention. I want you all to know I listen. I have not forgotten about this. So I want to make sure this is. I reached out to a few of you all. Make sure you guys are good. And if it's something I need to discuss or clarify or rectify, you all know I will. You know I'll do it. Let's get some comments in. Hey, Dan, how you doing? Melinda, what's happening? You good? Y'all tell me if you good or not. Don't lie to me. Tell me the truth. Oh, Cheryl said I'm not late for once. If you don't want to tell me in the chat, it's good. It's okay. Just email it to me. But I just want confirmation that you all are okay. If not, let me know what's happening and what I need to do to clear some things up. If I need to email somebody, what's happening here? Mama Sage, how you doing? Y'all hit that like button in here. Yes, Aaron not guilty. And yes, he and Jenna are back together. That's what he's bragging about. Y'all, I got the video. That's what we gonna check that out for Scientology Sunday as well. They took him to court. You can't make this up. Scientology lost like hell. It goes to show that they don't control all the courts. Thank God. Because, we shouldn't be letting a cult take over our country. Can't make this up. We have tanks in the military. Jeez. Oh, that's good news. Hey, Wyoming guy, how you doing? You good to go? How you doing? Shout out to my mods, you all. Cheryl up in here. Wyoming gal. Shout out to you all my mods up in here. No, we're good. You sure? Let me know now. Or email me if you're not comfortable saying anything in the chat. I'm not forcing you. I just want to know. I want confirmation. I want confirmation from all of you to make sure you all are good. I don't know what happened. I haven't even seen the live. I heard I got a shout out. I would love to know the timestamp of that shout out. And I still would like to go over there and go and co-host a show with Gary. I just want to make sure everybody's good to go. Gary mentioned he would like to host you on his show sometime. Yeah. I sure would. As long as all my people good, we're good to go. I would not have a problem. But the Luxes, as long as the Luxes are good. What's going on, Juju? How you doing? Y'all, we got to check out this video where these podcasters go in. And you know what I love about this particular video? I've seen it, but it's just so good. I've only seen it once because I was like, "Oh, I'm gonna save this for you all." It's because I get a lot of comments, you know, especially from the dumbass bots and the candy ass cult members, that I'm black and I shouldn't say anything about Candace because I'm black and she's black, and that's it. Child, if they only knew. These are bots and cult members with this hive mentality. Candace goes out on a mean girl spree and bullies Erica Kirk, a grieving widow. The Bible says, you know, the Holy Bible, she professes to read and uphold as an alleged Christian. Yeah, the Bible says to leave widows alone. And guess what she does? The complete opposite of that. That rebelliousness is going to get her the penalty of a lifetime from God himself. Because one thing you should not be is disobedient to the word of God if you claim to be a Christian, right? Which is why you all have not seen me react to her episodes. I'm not reacting to that, you know, Bride of Charlie that she stole me as Bride of Chucky, because Candace is still the Bride of Chucky. I'm not reacting to those episodes. I'm not doing it. We did it the first night, Milk Bar TV, and I shout out to him. And I was like, I can't do this because I have some level of conviction with me. You know, spiritually as a Christian, biblically what she's doing is wrong. And I can't do it. I can't partake in it. I just, no. I'll watch other people go off on her about it. But Candace, you dumb demon. And I say this for free or however, because I could care less what you think I'm earning. Your cult members still want me to get $7,000, and I don't know why they just won't give me the money because, you know, clowns. But you're a dumb demon. I'm not engaging in your wickedness that you choose to partake in. In the midst of you seeing deceased people in your sleep and your visions and all this stuff, summoning up the dead, all that witchcraft and demonic nonsense, you can keep that to yourself. I'm not going to allow the LLC to engage in that. I'm not doing it. So I'll watch a, you know what shit, I mean, it would be great if someone just did kind of like a summary video and kind of made it entertaining to summarize, you know, her episodes without us having to sit here and watch it. That way we can get the gist of something that needs to be debunked and go from there. But no, I'm not watching her just attack a widow. And the Bible said, leave them alone. Are you kidding me? Child, she's so evil. That's why people say she's demonic. You're disobeying the word of God. What do you mean? So, Honey Bun, Empress, how you doing, honey? What's going on? Everybody speak to everybody. I appreciate you all for tuning in. Hit the like button. S-Files back up in here. Need you. What's going on? Candace should be the one who's scared. She should be, okay? If nothing else, fear God. Because Candace, you got it coming. I'll tell you right now. I haven't missed, girl. And I know you listening, Heifer. Candace, you got it coming from God himself. You've got so many signs and so many people telling you to leave this widow alone and follow the Bible on this. And you choose to be rebellious. You got it coming. And that's going to be between you and God on how hard that happens. We'll just be here watching. Chabu. To the cult members, you all want your cult leader to be a show? Oh, she's going to become a spectacle, all right. God knows how to get you far better than we can. That's why Erica just need to sue her and sleep peacefully, child. Can't make this up. What's going on? Say, how you doing, honey? I just want to make sure I got everybody. Absolutely love your left. Oh, thank you, Leslie. How you doing? Y'all, it was a whole thing. Aaron demanded a jury trial for accidentally throwing cornmeal chalk on an OSA member. I'm surprised the judge didn't look at that and say, why y'all here? Why you here? What's going on? So they wanted to take him to court because he accidentally threw cornmeal chalk on an OSA member. You can't make this up. We're going to check out that video, son. He did a whole video. It's so adorable. I saw him The thumbnail is like him, like, yay! We're gonna watch that on Sunday, y'all, for Scientology Sunday. That's gonna be something else. I'm gonna do the thumbnail on that tonight. It's hilarious. I just saw the thumbnail in the title and I was like, they lost. Oh, keep going. What are they doing? Y'all good? Y'all ready? Oh man, that damn yeast. Don't stop. Hey, again, y'all. What's going on, y'all? Y'all saw the yeasty shoe. Candace. You can keep our yeasty ass. Can't make this up. Melinda said, you would be proud of me. I let Wolfie know about the yeasty and her landlord's lawsuit, and he posted it. Oh! Awesome! I am Melinda. I have not checked X, but I did read my emails. Starboy. What's going on, M. Burke? What's happening? Wolfie on X has been posting a bunch of her stuff. Good. Child, she got it coming. Just asked and says greetings. How you doing? Y'all ready? We got some videos in here. Colleen up in here. How you doing, honey? Not Index giving us the wink back at you. So, all right. So it seems like I don't have to go through, Gary's live for any reason to make sure y'all good. Because I was like, oh, I need to cut somebody out now. Look here. And I will repent for it later. Y'all, repentance is important. Do it every night before you go to bed, okay? Candace, you're a demon. Just continue to listen to demons squeal in your sleep. Can't make this up. Y'all, we got some Matt Walsh. And this is the Christian conservative channel. Now listen, whether you're religious or not is irrelevant to what they say here about the way Candace is carrying on like the mean girl and bully. Like the same bully she claims that she was mistreated by in high school that led to her getting a $37,000 settlement from the Board of Education. You can't make this up. You oftentimes see this where the abused becomes the abuser or the bullied becomes the bully. People become a product of their environment or a situation. And because she claims that she was racially profiled and bullied in high school with some voicemail and texts and blah, blah, blah. And I'm still interested in interviewing these people that she accused of doing this. Granted, they were in high school, but, of course, they all grown adults. So I'm interested in interviewing them. I would love to hear their side of the story. It just seems like, things aren't really adding up with that. And it's not a whole lot of evidence out here on that particular case. And because the Board of Education settled, and I do believe it was because the NAACP came in and they swooped in and saved the day. Because, Candace, you've got a relative that was a member of the NAACP. Was it that hard for you to get them to pay your case some attention? I mean, Stanford High School, it's like of all the kids across the country, the NAACP just comes to you with a bullying situation. You know how many African-American kids in high school get bullied because of their race? But yet the NAACP, they pounced in on Candace Owens when she was in high school. That's only because she had a relative in the NAACP. Because they don't sit here and just go out to the rescue in every situation. I want you all to think about this. How many high schools are there across the country? And how many more worse scenarios you hear of kids being bullied because of their race, where they end up harming themselves and others? And yet, Candace gets a mean voicemail that we have not heard, evidence we have not seen, and the Board of Education settles with her. You only pull that type of clout from the NAACP for something related to a voicemail. Even if it be true, it's a serious issue, but not as serious as someone who's bullied and then they end up going out and harming themselves or unaliving themselves. real cases with evidence where we could read the documents on that and see that was the end result. She gets a voicemail that we've never heard. I've never come across. If you all come across this so-called voicemail from this high school kid that left Candace this mean voicemail that was supposed to be racially motivated, please send me the link in the email. Because so far I haven't seen any evidence to support that. And I'm not encouraging bullying in the least bit. But where is the evidence? Where is the evidence? You know, I don't know. It's like I want to see the evidence. I want to hear that voicemail. Because we all know that Candace has the propensity to lie. And lie egregiously, like lie to where it's disturbing. And have millions of people believe her lie. She does not always believe it. But she has the ability to have millions of people believe her lie. This cult mentality, this hive mindset, has now put her in a position to where she's out bullying others and disobeying the word of God in the same flick. And yet we can't prove that someone left her a racially motivated voicemail message in high school, but because her relative was a member of the NAACP, they ran up there to Stanford High School to address this voicemail issue. But where are they when you have cases of African American kids unaliving themselves because of bullying? Where are they at then? Because they'll tell you, we can't be at every situation. We can't get to every high school. We can't address every concern and every complaint. But yeah, you go out here to Candace Owens because her relative was a member of NAACP and you still produce no evidence. You can't even give us the voicemail message. How do we know she didn't make that up? Yeah, I said it. And she is the type of person that will go that far. Let's not forget about this, what's his name? Mark Snow, somebody? Child. And now he's got over $140,000 she was able to help him raise. So why is it that we should not be able to see the evidence of this incident that occurred to Candace when she was in high school, allegedly proclaiming to being bullied because of her race? Why can't we see any evidence related to that? The NAACP kicked in real quick, didn't they? And then they helped her get this settlement real quick. And we can't find evidence related to it. Make it make sense. Make it make sense. I'm just asking questions, Candace, you dummy. I would love for you to find that message. Please. Anybody find the voicemail, any evidence with that, please send it to me. I will report on it. I will report on it. It won't even be part, like, I will report on it. Because all I'm saying is Candace is now, trying to use her past to justify her being the mean girl and the bully. And it's so funny. Look at her, the black woman, because everybody, her cult members, Billiam over there on X.com, sitting here talking about, you're black. How are you going after somebody that's black? Wouldn't that make you racist? No, it doesn't. Does it make her racist for going after a white woman? Because she claimed that it was racism when she said that a Caucasian male student came for her in high school and left some voicemail message that none of us have heard. None of us have heard. She's never played that voicemail. Wouldn't you think she would play that to solidify? This is what I went through in high school, people. Let me play you all the voicemail message. It's heinous. Why wouldn't she ever play that voicemail message? You want people to feel sympathetic and sorry for you, Candace. Play the voicemail message, girl. Show us the evidence. Your relative being a member of NAACP got them to move up there real quick to Stanford to come up there and help you out with this settlement. And yet, you will never play the voicemail message? Make it make sense. And somehow, you trying to justify going after Erica Kirk is what? So does it make a difference with Candace being black and Erica Kirk being white? Would that be considered racist? At the end of the day, the Bible does not make a difference in the race. The Bible says leave widows alone. It doesn't say leave the black ones alone and only go after the white ones. It said leave widows alone. To guard and protect them, just like you would the innocent with children. God didn't give a race or any distinction when he, in the word of God, said to leave the widows alone. And to to defend them and protect them. He didn't give a race. Show me a scripture in the Bible where God said, leave the widows alone unless they're Caucasian. Show me a Bible. I want to see that scripture. It had to be something else. So if God doesn't make a distinction between the race, nope. Neither will I. God is God. And what Candace is doing is evil. She's a demon. And I say it for free. But if the candy asses want to give me $7,000, hit my cash app. I had to give an intro to this because they act like I'm supposed to care about them still leaving them dumb comments in my videos. You can't make this up. Stop said LLC maybe look up Candy School lawsuit with Sharpton and Jesse Jackson, see what they are doing around that time. Them two men like to be in front of camera. I think Al Sharpton was there. Wasn't he one of the ones that was there? I think he was there. I mean, he was in NAACP, right? All I know is her relative being in the NAACP, being a member, definitely helped her behind out. Because, you know, they don't move on every case. They don't move that quickly. They'll say it in the hot minute. We can't help everybody, but, you know, okay. But when I checked, last time I checked, I'm looking for that voicemail message. I don't know why we can't find that voicemail message, you know, or evidence. She just said that she was being harassed and intimidated by young men and their friends who are white. And yet she goes after Erica Kirk, who's also white, and makes it a point to say, you know, her blonde hair, blue eyed, you know, you it's like a race whistle. Why are you even mentioning that? We know how she looked. Candace, she's pretty. And you hate it. So, you know, God, this is so crazy. Case was resolved. No evidence on this. Never saw anything. Makes no sense. So if you guys can find that video recording or whatever voicemail she claimed was left by this student that can be verified and vetted to be that student, let me know. I find it just odd that she flips it around and now she's become the bully. Child, please. Candace, that content you doing is not worth you sitting here violating every scripture in the Bible about widows. It's not worth it. It's not worth it, y'all. Child, know. And I certainly won't be watching it. Child. No, then if you can tag me in that, Melinda. Okay. All right, y'all. Let's get started on this. Shout out to Matt Walsh. And the podcasters. There is no voicemail to be found. Not index C. There you go. I haven't seen it either. Some people may have the ability to find things that I can't come across. But if anybody comes across the voicemail message that was allegedly left by these high school kids against Candace Owens, where she got this huge settlement out of nowhere, because reasons, please email it to me. Then I can vet it and try to get an interview with these alleged students that she claims bullied her and racially, discriminated against her in high school. Because this just smells like a lot from the pit of hell. But, I'm willing to definitely vet and try to find these students and give them an interview. I think it's time for them to tell their story. Because what Candace is doing is the reverse of that. And she's targeting somebody because they're a widow and she didn't get Charlie Kirk. I mean, it's disgusting. And yet we can't call it demonic because she's violating the Bible. Yeah, no, it's demonic. Y'all, it's so crazy. Y'all, let's get to it. I don't want to hold you all too long. Thank y'all so much for tuning in and hit that like button. We have up first Matt Walsh. And these two young ladies are not for play. Make sure you guys go check out this video as well. I don't know if I put the link in the chat, but let me drop it in here. And I'll make sure the caption's on. And let's get to it. Put a 1 in the chat where you can see it here.
I admit that I have a certain advantage when it comes to assessing Erica's actions and motives. I've spoken to her multiple times since Charlie died. You don't need to know her or speak to her to understand that the accusations and insinuations against her are utterly without merit. You don't need to know her or speak to her to understand that there is no legitimate reason, no evidence to justify treating her with anything but compassion and sympathy. You don't need to know her or speak to her to understand.
You all right? Email me. Let me know you okay. You doing okay? You say you haven't found. Now, no reply. Listen. If he's saying it's not there, I believe it. But if you do come across anything, of course, by all means, let me know. Email me. I want to make sure you're good. We make sure the Luxes are good here in the LLC. I care about all of my supporters here and my mods, especially my mods. I don't let people come from my mods. Yeah, you get content creators that actually understand why they should appreciate their mods. I love the crap out of my mods. Thank you all so much for all that you do. I appreciate you all and your support. Holding it down. All right, let's get back to it. Had to check on you, no reply.
Understand the biblical mandate to be kind to widows. But if you did speak to her, you would see, as I have clear as day, that this woman is completely devastated, broken into 1,000 pieces by this tragedy. She is shattered. She is crushed. And now, already grief-stricken and gutted, she must deal with public scorn, mockery, and defamation unlike anything I've ever seen in my life.
Me either.
Much less experienced myself.
I know, right?
If you're worried that she isn't sad enough, fear not. I can report she's sad. She is very, very sad.
You know what's so, now I don't mean to pause it so early. What's so disturbing in all of this is that no matter what you say, Candace and the candy ass cult members will not care. They will take this and make a mockery of it because they're demonic. Never mind what scripture says, because they always talk about Christ as king, but they don't read the Bible because Candace doesn't read the Bible at all. She thinks that she is equal to God, and that cult-like mentality is going to be her downfall. People are out here sending death threats because they support Candace Amber Owens, Rosie Farmer, whatever her name is. Rose. Owens farmer. And she has no consciousness of any of it. She doesn't care. So it doesn't matter what you say. They're not going to be accepting of it. It's not good enough for them. So why say anything to try to please them or appease them? I don't. That's why I laugh at the cult members. Candace steals my quips, my jokes, and doesn't care. But it goes to show, it's so funny. She watches my show, and yet she could care less about her cult. She's not going to ever pull up a scripture to try to validate any of this crap she's doing with Erica Kirk, because she's still going after a widow. And the Bible is clear on it. Several scriptures in the Bible that says, don't do it. I've even pulled up a few. She doesn't care. So if they don't care about what the word of God says, they certainly don't care about what a mere mortal says. Just so we're all clear on that. That's why I don't say anything to appease these people. For what? They're a dumb cult. I sleep peacefully at night. I laugh at them too. But this demonic nonsense they're doing here, it's the epitome of evil. And the most offense they have is someone calling her a demon. Not the fact that she's violating the word of God. No, the fact that you're calling her a demon is what they're offended by. Like we care. We don't care. We don't care how cult members feel. Not here in the LLC. I could care less. But I do care if you're sitting here violating scripture and then you're trying to justify it by saying, oh, it's an investigation. You're not an investigator. You're just posing as one. You're an impersonator. Candace, that's still a crime, no matter how you put it.
And if for some unknown reason it makes you feel better to know that, well, now you do. The other thing you notice about Erika, if you talk to her in real life, is that she is a real person dealing with a real thing. Everybody else on the internet has the benefit of treating this whole thing like some kind of game, a piece of content that you watch and then scroll past. You engage with the story in bits and pieces when you want to here and there, and then you don't. I'm talking about it right now as an episode of my podcast. Candace has done many episodes about it.
That's good.
Erika lives with it every second of every day.
Mm-hmm.
This is her life. It's not a game for her. It's not content. It's her life. Now, I've talked about how deeply Charlie's death affected me, and it did. I was changed by it, and not for the better, I'm sorry to say. I'm an angrier person now. I admit that. But I also recognize that even in the immediate aftermath of his death, I could still put my phone down and turn off the TV and try to take my mind off the tragedy and go spend time with my family, with my wife who is alive and my children who are happy and safe with two parents who love them. I have that luxury. So does Candace. Erika does not. When I was trying to take my mind off of things, do you know what Erika was doing? She was explaining to her young children that their daddy will never be coming home.
Wow. Mm-hmm.
Do you know what that's like?
Exactly.
No.
Have you ever had to have a conversation like that?
Didn't I say this? Put a one in the chat if y'all heard me say this. I said this, what, 6 months ago? Candace Owens does not have to tell her kids that their daddy is never coming home. She doesn't have to explain to her 4 kids why they will never physically see him again. She does not have to have that conversation with her toddlers. This is what I mean by soulless. She doesn't have to have that conversation at all with her kids. But Erica Kirk does. And despite the fact that she is just attacking this woman, digging into her background, talking about her mother who has ailments, and all for what? Because nothing criminally is going to happen to Erica Kirk. Absolutely nothing. And Candace is setting herself up for a lawsuit. So keep that energy up, Candace. Because when Erica Kirk sues the crap out of you, don't sit here and punk out. Keep that energy up for court. It's the reason why the Macrons are suing her. This is her MO. I'm going to dig into your past and just attack you on every angle, even though there's no legal standing or justification to do it. She has not broken the law. Erica Kirk has not broken the law at all. So what's justifying this scrutiny? A scorned woman who's vindictive and vengeful and jealous. Because she can't say one thing that Erica Kirk has done that was illegal or criminal. And if she felt that Erica Kirk has done something that was criminal and illegal, why wouldn't she report it to the authorities? We're going to talk about grooming. This woman has 2 kids and she has not lost custody. So what's justifying this crap that Candace is doing? Nothing. It's just evil. Candace is a demon. A dumb one. Period. And she feels nothing about this. For her, this is all PR. Isn't that right, Candace? Public relations stunt.
I haven't. I pray I never do. And every night since that day, while I am happily at home with my family and Candace is with hers, Erika is home with 2 children who are suffering a trauma that they're far too young to process, while she carries a grief that most of us can't comprehend. And all the while, she is gleefully ripped to pieces by hordes of people who cannot muster even the faintest shred of sympathy for her.
Mm-hmm.
Will anything I'm saying right now change that?
I have children, 6 children.
Cult members don't care.
And from when my children were toddlers, if I was having a bad day or was upset, it's mommy, what's wrong? It's, are you okay, mommy? You look sad. Mommy, are you upset? What's wrong? And my kids to this day do this. Yesterday, I've been overwhelmed with a lot of things, campaign trail. And my kids will come to me and say, are you okay, mom? Do you just need a hug? Because children can sense when something is wrong with mom in a loving home.
That's right.
And she was building that with her husband until he was stolen. And someone with the likes and the power of Candace Owens is coming and deliberately trying to destroy what sanity she has left to keep it together for herself, a company that I don't think that she was even prepared to take on because it grew exponentially and was still growing before her husband was murdered. And Candace is doing the same thing that political people say is inciting violence. She is inciting violence with her lies and her conspiracies that are pointed to one woman who I believe that she is 100% wickedly, violently jealous of.
Look at here. Wickedly, violently jealous of. I agree. Shout out to the X-Files. If you mod for these 2 ladies, can you tell them I said hello? Man, this video, it hit different. It hit different. And I just, for the cult members that think somehow race is supposed to matter, not their soul salvation, the Bible saying to leave widows alone. No, race. Yeah, that's what they want to focus on. Let's take a look at these 2 women here. They're black as well. You got 2 women who are also brown skin. I don't know what their ethnicity is. They're brown skin. That are telling the truth about Candace Owens being evil and wickedly, violently jealous of Erica Kirk. And despite what the Bible says, because the cult members could care less about the Bible. They don't care about God or the Bible. They say Christ is king as a euphemism. It's like a slogan for them, but they don't mean it. They could care less. Hell is still hot, and it waited for them. But since they want to sit here and say, oh, I'm black, why should I be saying something about Candace? She's not my God. I owe her nothing. They can worship her as a deity. Let the candy ass cult members bow down and kiss the feet of Candace Owens. I will not, and I owe her nothing. And her race is insignificant. And here we have two other women who are brown and black persons speaking out as well. This isn't about race. It's about what matters, what lies in your soul. That's what matters. And if you value your soul salvation, why wouldn't you just follow the word of God? Sometimes it's just that easy to be obedient. All this energy. Candace can be talking about anything else and shedding light on something more serious. Pick a topic. But she goes after Erica Kirk. But somehow I'm supposed to be okay with it because I'm black. Her and her dumb coat can kick rocks.
Shows. Candace, it shows. You despise this woman for every reason except anything that is godly. And if you were a woman of God, like you so claim to be, then you would walk away from this. Then you would be praying for Candace. Then you would be forgiving and operating in this because she still has children to raise.
Exactly.
I don't
Let her raise
know
her kids.
how we stop this, but thank you, Matt Walsh. I want to say thank you on behalf of moms like us, conservatives like us, families, for those who have been watching this. Thank you for saying the same thing that needed to be said and for breaking it down in such a way that everyone, including Candace Owens followers, should be paying attention to and saying, you're right. We've gone too far.
Yeah.
And at this point, they seem to be okay going further. And it's not okay. Again, it was very hard. It's hard to watch. I'm glad we watched it. I'm glad we played it. I'm glad our audience is here. Our viewers understand. We've followed that, but enough's enough. And I'm going to continue to pray for her. I continue to pray for everybody, for both, and the children involved in this. It always, for me, it has a lot to do with the kids that are going to be affected, and not just the widows, which we are commanded by God's word to take care of.
Right.
I also want to add
simple.
this
The
little tidbit.
Bible
Erica
says,
is,
take care of the widows.
as you're going to see, exceedingly uncomfortable discussing Charlie's final day. Fox News had to use a lot of cuts. A lot of, you can, now that I'm telling you that and you watch, you're going to go, oh yeah, they're cutting and kind of like putting her answer in a different place, very obviously and poorly edited out entire portions when Jesse asks her a fairly simple question. Tell me about the day before the shooting. That would be Charlie's last full day on Earth.
Let me just say this before we get Matt's response. This enraged me when she said that. Folks, my mother died pretty young. She was in her 50s. I cannot even talk about her. Still, this was 2015. I cannot even talk about her without crying. When I go to family events and her sisters want to talk about memories in old times, I cannot stay. I can't do it yet. I well up. I weep. Who is this cockroach?
Yeah.
Candace Owens is a cockroach. To tell someone who has
Candace. You dumb demon. Candace. Let me explain something to you. Cadence. Karen. This is a sentiment that other black women have against you. Because you're going after a widow. And you know, I don't think we would even bring up the Bible at all if it wasn't important. That's the only reason why I'm not even watching your dumb series on the Bride of Charlie, because you sat here and copped my Bride of Chucky that I called you, Candace. I'm not watching that crap because it biblically is not in tune with what God wants us to do with widows. If there be any alt in Erica Kirk that God sees that has been some moral wronging, she's done something to break the law or anything, he's definitely going to get her. But if Candace has evidence that Erica Kirk has broken the law, why doesn't she just turn it over to the authorities? To the dumbass cult members that still have not figured this part out. If she had anything that would be of value to the authorities, to the police, to the prosecutor, you know, the prosecutors in the state of Utah, that's the ones heading up the investigation, not the FBI, because it's not their jurisdiction. Because your cult leader, Candace, has already said that herself as well. And because that's something you can Google and read for yourself for once. Yeah, kids, stay in that cult. But the AG for the state of Utah is the one spearheading the investigation into Charlie Kirk's assassination. Candace can't even tell you people who she thinks pulled the trigger on the gun. And it's been 6 months. Wasn't she supposed to set that, you know, maybe by October of last year? But if there was anything worthy of the prosecutors and the investigators in the state of Utah to take a look into, why hasn't Candace done a whole video of her turning over that evidence to the authorities? Give it to the authorities. What does she want us to do with it? If Erica Kirk broke the law, name the law, and explain why she has not turned it over to the authorities. Give me one. I want the law with the penal code. I want the statute code. The statute code. Give me the statute code and the charge, what law was violated, and why has Candace not turned that evidence over to the authorities so that Erica Kirk can be investigated if she has broken the law. You thinking she's off, it's not good enough for the authorities. Contrary to popular belief, we would rather not have Americans just go to jail for no damn reason, simply because Candace has a funny feeling and she's jealous. We don't care. I mean, if that be the case, when I say that we want Candace to go to jail because we don't like her ass and she's being demonic, should she go to jail for that? Is that a criminal charge? You can't make this up. It's a hypocrisy for me. It's the hypocrisy for me. So if she has done something wrong, why hasn't Candace given that information to the authorities? Child, please, you think like I care. And false reporting is going to get you kicked off of YouTube as well. These morons. Can we get rid of this? Sponsor giving a bad review. Who is the sponsor? Stupid bots. They so dumb. Can't make this up. Once again, if she's committed a crime, why hasn't Candace turned this over to the authorities? You would think that would be the case, right? Because the candy asses can't answer that at all. You know, it takes some level of intellect for them to answer as to why their cult leader have not turned over any evidence to any authorities if Erica Kirk committed a crime. They're just going on her feeling. They're not smart enough to know that all of this is over Candace's personal feeling and vendetta against Erica Kirk. And since they want to talk about race, Candace being black and Erica Kirk being white, for some reason, they want that to be a problem. But yet, they can't ask her. They can't go to their own cult leader and say, why haven't you reported her to the authorities? You know, with all your so-called evidence. Go ahead and do it. I dare you. Come on, Candace. Tell us when you're going to go to the authorities and live stream it, so we can see you give evidence over to the authorities on Erica Kirk that you think you have. Go ahead. Why hide that? Why hide it? Just turn it over. You started off a whole episode saying she should be in jail. Based on what charge? What criminal charge? Cite the statute code. Come on. I want, where the candy ass cult members at now? They have nothing to say. Are the bots still trying to conjure up my question and come up with a response? It's going to be dumb. Brace yourselves, people. The bots and the candy ass cult members are going to leave the dumbest responses ever. It will be a copy and paste, and most of them will spell Candace's name wrong. Brace yourselves. So I'm just saying, if they want to sit here and talk about why not, well, why not submit evidence? Now you know what they do. The dumb stuff that this Jim Smith person, whoever this is, keep this dumb bot keep trying to do. Because they're a cult. They don't want you. Oh, don't talk about our cult leader. As if freedom of speech and expression goes one way. You can't make this up. We have freedom of the press, freedom of speech and expression. But because they don't read that either, they could care less. Laws mean nothing to them. She wants to exactly. She opened up a whole episode saying off to jail with Erica Kirk. For what? Based on what crime? To even say that you want an innocent American to be jailed and you're supposed to be some sort of a reporter, Candace, it's disgusting and deplorable. And it shows your character. You can't cite what she's done legally wrong. And your cult members are morons. I don't expect them to read the First Amendment. I just expect them to keep trying. So you can't make this up. Keep trying. Keep trying.
Lost a loved one, how they are to mourn them. That was probably the most disgusting thing I have ever heard.
No, I agree. It's disgusting. It's vile.
Yep.
And again, we've talked about this on the show, that it makes me question whether Candace is actually or has actually ever grieved for her supposed best friend. Because if that were the case and Charlie Kirk was her best friend and she cares about him more than anyone, then she shouldn't be able to talk about the day before he was assassinated. She shouldn't be able to talk about it without getting choked up and being in tears. I can't imagine having the wife and say, I need you to behave and respond a certain way. This hasn't even been a year, ladies and gentlemen. She was doing these clips and making these videos within a month, a week, 2 weeks later. She has no care. It is vicious, vindictive, vile. And again, it's egregious to go after the day before. Tell me about the last days, because what does that do? It invokes the last time you saw him, the last time you smiled, the last time you thought everything was okay. Tell me about the last time you thought everything was okay, and then everything was destroyed within 24 hours. What? How do you respond to that? My mind would check out too.
It's no word. There are no words to this woman's how low she will go. Yep. She is so low. And it's all motivated by money. She's getting millions and millions of views, pushing this nonsense. What do you call it? Bullying a widow. And people are just eating it up.
And they are,
But not Matt Walsh. Take a look what he said here.
Is uncomfortable describing the last day that her husband was alive on this planet. I think I would be too in her shoes.
I just block up the ones. It's one that keeps creating new channels and stuff, like this one. They gonna sit here and do all that nonsense, y'all. Please, I could care less how they feel at all. They spam in the chat with that nonsense. It's you know, just block them out, including in the vertical broadcast. Like you think they would just try to come up with a response as to what crime Erica Kirk has committed? No, they can't do that. They're incompetent. Dumb bots.
And this is another common theme. Things that are perfectly understandable and normal are recast as ominous and bizarre. For example, Erika has frequently been criticized for not announcing the exact location of her husband's burial site. And the implication, again, is that she's hiding some dark secret. But the much more reasonable and plausible and totally understandable explanation is that she doesn't want leftists showing up and defacing her husband's grave, which we all know that they would do. And she doesn't want random deranged people showing up and trying to exhume his body so that they can conduct their own unofficial forensic analysis, which would also probably happen. So again, we have no evidence of any crime at all, least of all the crime of conspiring to kill her husband.
Many of you have said in the chat, everyone grieves differently. You know, everyone deals with loss differently. I know when my mom died, you know, she's passed on now for quite some many years. And, you know, people used to say, why don't you post about her on your social media? I can't. It hurts too much. It still hurts. Now, someone might look at that and say, oh, well, she posts about everything else. Why doesn't she post about her mom? Because it hurts. I am still grieving. People grieve in different ways.
Thank you.
It just is. And why don't we give this woman some grace? It's about allowing her to grieve. And why are we jumping to the pointing her?
This bot is so dumb. They don't realize that they can be reported for harassment. Opening up new profiles to continue to try to false report my channel just sets you up for a harassment claim. So unless Candace is paying your rent or mortgage, why are you doing that? I mean, I get that you're an idiot. Why are you doing that, though? You're setting yourself up to be reported for harassment. It's like, get the fuck out of here. They don't like it. Get out of here. Get the F out of here. Kick rocks. There are other channels you can sit here and be mad at. And then, you know, it's one thing to ask a question. Whether Erika, and then I'm not saying this to cuss you out, Rennie. I'm not saying this to cuss you out, go off. But my whole issue is that Candace wanted her to be jailed. Whether you think she's off or not is irrelevant to her being jailed. That implies that a criminal act has occurred. If there is anything going on when it comes to a crime committed, all I'm asking is to cite the statute code that was violated and produce the evidence. And then ask Candace, why won't she turn that over to the authorities? Her being weird is not illegal. It doesn't matter if she's weird or not. Erica Kirk nor Candace Owens pays my rent. So it's irrelevant. Her behavior is that of a grieving widow. And you can't put it in a box and say, well, she's not acting this way today and she's not acting this way tomorrow, because it changes week by week for Candace. One minute she's crying too much, another minute she's not crying enough. I could care less if you think it's weird. Is it illegal? What's the criminality in that? Is it criminal for her to grieve? Is this weirdness a crime? No. And if she's done something that is illegal, and you claim that Candace is on to something with no evidence, then why won't she just take whatever evidence she thinks she has to the authorities? The FBI is not spearheading the investigation of Charlie Kirk's assassination. It is the Attorney General for the state of Utah. Candace can't even confirm with you all every day in her episodes who's spearheading the investigation. She continues to convert back to this Fed slop. Feds have nothing to do with it. She's just demanding answers from an agency that are not spearheading the investigation either. Why is that something that has to be repeated? God knows why. Candace has already said this herself, but yet she believes that all of you all are just too gullible to kind of understand how investigations work, because she doesn't know how it works. Because then she goes back to, oh, it's Fed slop, when the FBI have nothing to do with it. But for whatever evidence you think she has, and she thinks she has, Why isn't that being turned over to the authorities? Turn it over to the authorities. That way all this weirdness can be put to rest, right? And then let them determine if it was something that was done that was illegal. Suspicion is not a crime. And if she has zero evidence to support anything going along with this so-called suspicion, it's irrelevant. So somebody being quirky is just, you can't live in peace. Really. If they're weird, so what? You're weird. So, but you can't live in peace. Somehow that's supposed to be an indication that something is wrong because they're acting weird or suspicious to you. If you can't even articulate how it's illegal, it's irrelevant. It means nothing. Because at the end of the day, Erica Kirk is still a free woman. She still has her kids. And she's going to go home and sleep peaceful. Despite all the death threats and kidnapping threats. Because people feel like they have to control somebody. Leave her alone. You don't like her, leave her alone. Candace could do the same thing. She could simply choose to leave Erica Kirk alone, but she won't because she's a bully and a demon. You don't like Erica Kirk, Candace? Leave her alone. Why is she living rent-free in your mind 24/7? I find that disturbing. A grown woman letting another grown woman live rent-free in her head. No one finds that weird. That's weird to me. Oh, we want to talk about what's weird. Candace is weird for allowing another whole grown woman live rent-free in her head, obsessing over her. Grown woman obsessing over another grown woman. That's weird. That's suspicious. That's disgusting. The candy-ass cult members are a reflection of the dumb cult leader. Because as opposed to them thinking, I can't control anything someone says. Let me just go away and go to another channel. No. These are the bots you pay for, Candace, where they still can't spell. You would think they would not have long-ass profile names.
As the person behind this, when all other evidence points otherwise. It makes no sense. The only thing that makes sense, and I've dealt with people like Candace Owens before, she's miserable. Candace Owens is not a happy person. She's miserable. And people like her, they thrive off of making other people as or at least trying to make other people as miserable as them. She's not happy at home. She's not happy with her career. She's led by jealousy and envy. Okay. Mm-hmm. And so this is why she is doing what she's doing.
Right.
Folks, we have to pray for Erica Kirk. Pray for her family, pray for her loved ones, and just ask God to form a hedge of protection around her, because that's really the only thing that's going to help in this situation. Prayer. And may God's justice be swift on Candace Owens.
Amen.
Okay? Because one thing I do know, you don't mess with Holy Spirit-filled people. You don't mess with God's people. Okay, I do know that. I've seen that. He has a way of handling it.
That's right.
And he will.
So that does it for us. Thank you all so much for watching. This is our final episode in February.
Can you tell the Christian Conservative Podcast? Kudos. Oh my goodness. KJ and Michelle Talkington. Is that her real last name? Talkington. That's a new one. Y'all, I love it. I love it. Y'all, we got both sides up in here. Oh, both sides. Let's get it. So he has this video that says Candace Owens attacks Erica Kirk while critics expose her Andrew Tate defense, both sides. Oh man, he just posted this up yesterday, and I was like, yep, I want to see it. I haven't seen this one, but I want to see it. So I know that Milk Bar TV has done a video himself. Shout out to Milk Bar TV, where he kind of exposes her reporting on Andrew Tate and how Candace took care in protecting, an S offender, and a man convicted of being with underage girls, and Andrew Tate, of course, who's been charged with this and investigated, and he's disgusting, deplorable. He admitted to being a pimp, and yet her candy ass cult members and the dumb bots have no problem with that at all because they're disgusting. So he highlighted that in his video we went over last week when he was here in the LLC. And so we're gonna take a look at both sides. Yeah, shout out to Marlon. Make sure you go show him some love over there on his channel and tell him that LLC sent you. Let's get to this.
For those of you that missed it, Candace Owens is now coming out with a feature film, or at least a documentary, or some sort of an insight into Erica Kirk and her possible having a grooming situation with a minor back in the day, while the pageantry in Arizona, pageants and all that stuff was going on. Anyway, the big deal is now that she's making a really good deep dive into what exactly Erica Kirk did. However, we want to look at this from a different lens. And to quote 50 Cent, since he's kind of trending today anyway, if you live in a glass house, you should watch your mouth. Okay, that's what I want to make sure you all understand this real quickly. She's about to be thrown stones, living in a glass house. And she's got a glass jaw and she's not watching her mouth. So we're going to talk about the things that she's defended of people that have been.
No, he doesn't, Sneaky. Also, like I said, any evidence you have on Erica Kirk committing a crime, then that is important. Otherwise, everyone has the right to their opinion. Candace is just being evil. She wants this woman jailed for no reason, when no one can name the statute code violated with evidence. Once again, if evidence is there of Erica Kirk committing a crime, why not turn that over to the authorities? I mean, seriously, why would Candace Owens sit on that? Make it make sense. Good grief.
Known to do things that she's now saying that other people are doing. What am I talking about? Do you remember? I'm going to name some names. Harvey Weinstein, Andrew Tate. Same sound familiar to you? If they do sound familiar to you, you might know them from situations like trafficking, the R word, prostitution, coercion, violence to women, those kinds of things. And it's not like we can't have actual footage on these things. In fact, Harvey Weinstein's in jail because of it, and quite a few charges have been brought to the Tate brothers. Not to mention, we've covered this before too. Andrew Tate is indeed on.
So what is the point in the scripture here? Going after a widow, that scripture should be ignored while you highlight another. So you further one scripture beyond another when the entire Bible either is accepted or not. Like it says, you either hot or cold, not lukewarm. So you're going to ignore all the scriptures where it says to protect and defend widows. To sit and say, is it more respectful if I say, while quoting the Bible, everyone who is proud in heart is an abomination to the Lord? What scripture is that? Book, chapter, and verse. What scripture is that? Because how do I know if you're quoting it correctly and interpreting it correctly? What scripture are you quoting? Putting words in quotes doesn't mean you're quoting the Bible. But we're not going to ignore all the other scriptures of the Bible for you to use one and weaponize one to narrow your point. That still has nothing to do with Candace attacking a widow. She shouldn't do it if she cares about following the word of God. Period. It's that simple.
On film, punching, slapping, choking, slamming a woman on a bed while cussing her out and calling her all kinds of things. Now, so again, we just want to make sure we put things into frame here. And when we say put things into frame, we want to make sure that we cover both sides equally. And what do we mean by that? let's just say that somehow, some way, that Candace Owens is right. Let's just say she is right 100% about Erica Kirk, or at least from what she is espousing. In her mind, she has all the information that she has and needs to espouse that Erica Kirk is a groomer. Let's just say that's the case. No equivocations, no caveats, no outs. That's what it is. Well, if all things are equal based on her research, the methods by which she went about it, and how she came about her conclusion, I say it's only fair that we put the same microscope over Candace Owens. What say you? I'm not using my own methods. I'm going to use Candace Owens' methods. The methods meaning I have a suspicion, and I shall ask a question, and then I shall look into some things, and I shall extrapolate whether or not I feel as though that constitutes a certain thing. I think that's fair enough. So let's look into some things. A video resurfaced of Candace Owens doing something that I think everyone would, in their right minds, have an issue with. The same again, I'm using her method, so please don't come at me saying, well, that's not the way you look at it. No, I'm looking at it the way she looks at it. So consider me for the day only a male version of Candace Owens. I won't be speaking like her, but I will be using all of the tactics that she uses. Milk Bar TV put together quite an interesting video, and we want to try and break apart what was covered in there with not necessarily using it. So let's look at some things. In this video, he covered one episode that she did while she was with the Daily Wire.
Throughout this episode, by the way, you're going to hear some beeps when I'm discussing this case. If I accidentally say his name, we intend to just beep it out.
Yes, she beeps the name of the convicted child molester, yet she names the molested child over and over again.
We have questions for the Daily Wire as to how they allowed this particular episode, 1, to air, 2, to even remotely be thought of as that's a good idea. But I will digress to it. I will tackle that a different time, a wholly different time, because that one will take, man. Anyway, I digress. Anyway, in this episode, she is speaking about a victim. Now, again, this is indeed a victim who she then goes on to portray as the perpetrator.
The entire episode was dedicated to attacking and discrediting this girl who was a minor when she was involved with this convicted child molester and with these other grown men.
The victim, in this case, was a minor female, and she went on to portray the minor female as the perpetrator against five men, as she calls.
Y'all, look at this. These are the men that Candace wants to defend. You can't make this up. Candace, would you leave your daughter around these men alone? Without you or George? You know, because Boys Club is still in the closet. I just have no respect for lavender marriages. It's such a farce. Candace, would you leave your daughter around these men alone? A couple of these guys were accused of messing with kids that are like 9 years old. Would you leave your daughter around these grown men, Candace? Alone. Would you leave your daughter alone with these 5 men? This is the question that she doesn't think about at all when she's sitting here defending these people. Candace, were you abused when you were a child? Because for some reason, you feel the need to protect abusers on any level. Weinstein, Tate, these 5 men, it's disturbing. Was she abused? Maybe Candace was abused. Why defend abusers? Especially if you know you would not ever leave your daughter alone with these grown men. And why defend them?
Them young men.
Young man, Dustin Milner, a young man named Tyler Hensel.
These are not young men in the early 20s, okay? These are men who are age 34 up to nearly 60.
I shall give you the ages of the young men, and you tell me if they sound... Personally, if this is considered young, I feel much better about my situation in life. 35, 57, 39, and 34. Now, mind you, the Jane Doe, we will not be naming her, although Candace Owens did a very good job of just constantly naming the victim.
I will, however, cut out all these mentions of her name. Instead, you'll hear my voice saying Miner's name. Miner's name.
First, I'll tell you who she is, according to the Tate brothers, who is suing her in Palm Beach County, Florida.
The young Jane Doe was 15 years old to 17 years old at the time when all 5 of these men had interaction with her. Now in Florida, 15. You don't need to have a a reason. You have to be. There's no excuse. There is no ignorance. It is upon you to know the person that you are dealing with and the age that they are. So none of these men can say,
Exactly,
"Oh, I just didn't know." That doesn't constitute a defense. However, all these men did indeed know that she was a minor, including Candace, by the way. And as she's reading certain cases and text messages from these individuals to this young girl, she even says in her text messages that she's a minor, to which Candace then translated to a young woman.
She has a chain of victims going back several years to when she was a minor.
No, I'm not joking. That's what she did. She translated the 15 and 16 to 17-year-old female as a young woman in order to make the young men who are old men appear to be the victims. In fact, she said that this woman is the one who pursued these men and portrayed herself as wanting them and put them in a precarious situation to be victimized by her.
You have a woman.
This is crazy. This is coming from Candace, who said in y'all remember the interview she did with Russell Brand, where she said that she was kicked out of the house and lived with her boyfriend at like 15 to 16 years old? Y'all remember that interview? She actually said that to try to make it seem like her upbringing was so rough. And the first thing I said, we reacted to that, and I said, are you kidding me? You mean to tell me your grandparents let you go and live with your boyfriend 14, 15, 16 years old? Something around there? Do you all really think she lived with her boyfriend at 15 years old? And then it makes you wonder, how old was the boyfriend? Because you live with your boyfriend at 15. Either you living with his parents or he's old enough to have his own place. How old was this boyfriend? She was 14. She said she was 14 in that interview. In that interview with Russell Brand, she said she was 14. She got kicked out of the house and she went to live with her boyfriend at 14. The question is, Candace, how old was the boyfriend? Because I'm not going to assume he was your age. You can't just go live with another child who doesn't even have his own place and he's not paying rent or mortgage. You either went to live with his parents or he's old enough to have his own place. So how old was that boyfriend? Because the way she sits here and defends these men is as if this 15-year-old somehow had a choice. Once again, Candace, would you leave your daughter around these 5 men? Grown, nasty, disgusting men. Because if you would, you should not be a parent at all. So how old was the boyfriend she was living with? She didn't say she went to live with a boyfriend. She said that to Russell Brand. Yeah, his name Russell Brand, right? Russell Brand, what? Russell something. On his show, in an interview. She was wearing a black jacket with a black shirt. And she said that. How old was the boyfriend, Candace? You say you were 14, put out the house, and went to go live because your house was so tumultuous and all this stuff. And, you know, it was 3 of you all at least. You had 2 sisters. Why did you go live with your boyfriend when you were 14 years old? You can't make this up. Who would let that 14-year-old go live with their boyfriend? How old was the boyfriend? Russell Brand show. There you go. Russell Brand. Thank you all. So now you all understand why she's sitting here making it seem as if this 15-year-old can make a choice with 5 grown men, because she out here proclaiming in an interview, whether she's lying or not. Why say that? That's very, sick-minded. It's demented a little bit to sit here and to say, I wouldn't live with my boyfriend at 14. What do you mean? What type of attention are you trying to garner? What type of sympathy are you looking for when you say stuff like that? And you're undermining your parents and your grandparents. You said your grandparents took care of you. I don't perceive your grandfather having been the type of man that would have let you go live with your boyfriend at 14 years old. Are you crazy? And she said that her grandfather was the most important person in her life. Grandfather would not have allowed her to do that. So either she lied, or we need to be finding out how old his boyfriend was, because it will help us understand why she thinks that at 15 you can just, make a choice with these 5 grown nasty men. Because Candace, you didn't live with no boyfriend at 14. You either lived with his parents or he was a grown-ass man. You can't make this up.
Who is doing this to men. She has a chain of victims going back several years to when she was a minor.
Now, when we first heard her use the words and she was using and the defense that she was giving, we were baffled. Not just partially baffled, we were amazingly baffled that this was even true. I thought I said, this has to be AI. This can't be real. It was real. One of the biggest perpetrators, the 57-year-old who could, in no hemisphere, in any time frame, be considered a young man, was a yoga instructor of the Jane Doe. He has since been convicted and put in jail for 24 years for dealing with a minor.
58-year-old Keith Fox posed for a mugshot Tuesday. Police say he had sex with a 15-year-old girl.
In fact, there was a...
Candy asks, can we all agree that is nasty, that this man out here having intercourse with a 15-year-old is not okay? Can we agree that is disgusting? Can we agree that is depraved? Candy asses and the dumb bots that can't spell Candice. Can we at least agree that is depraved behavior and it's disgusting and deplorable? Since Christ is king and you all want to quote scriptures. Can we all agree that is disgusting? A 15-year-old. Oh my God. Yeah, I'm remember be careful what I ask for, because some of her fans might be okay with that.
Instructor of the Jane Doe. He has since been convicted and put in jail for 24 years for dealing with a minor.
58-year-old Keith Fox posed for a mugshot Tuesday. Police say he had sex with a 15-year-old girl.
In fact, there was a second victim as well in his case. The Jane Doe that Miss Owens is speaking about is not the only one. However, the Jane Doe she's talking about is still the perpetrator of the man that is now in jail for 24 years for assaulting minors, which is kind of wild. But again, it's par for the course, because if you remember, Miss Owens also defends, again, Harvey Weinstein and Brandon Tate.
Why does she keep defending these people?
We have not Brandon Tate, Andrew Tate. I don't want to throw Mr. Tatum in the wrong hemisphere. I do apologize, brother. Brother, don't get mad at me. I apologize, brother. Y'all have similar last names, and it's early in the morning. Andrew Tate.
Yeah, the same last name.
Now, the other people, Mr. Dustin Miller, that's another one of the people. Dustin Milner, 35 years old. He died by self-inflicted ending. Okay, so he's no longer here. Mr. Joel Friedman is involved in the case and going on with Mr. Tate, and so is Kenneth Fisher, 34. And we are waiting to get information on Mr. Tyler Hensel. Now, hear me out. All of these men, all of them were not mine.
What law has Erica Kirk broken? And then you can give us evidence on that, because Candice said that she should be in jail. We're jailing innocent Americans now. What law has she broken? I don't understand this. Either you guys seriously don't care about our Constitution or whatever, or you're bots. I mean, this is why people think you're bots. You ask the same questions. You know how many, profiles come through here asking the same dumb question? What law has Erica Kirk broken? What crime has she committed? And I want the statute code or the penal code. Good grief. Don't ask us to sit here and prove anything to you, because you're not going to like our response. I can guarantee you that.
Minors. Every last one of them were adult men. The only minor in this situation is Jane Doe.
The entire episode was dedicated to attacking and discrediting this girl who was a minor when she was involved with this convicted child molester and with these other grown men.
Candace Owens, however, is viewing the Jane Doe as the perpetrator and these men as the victims. In fact, while she was talking about it, she bleeped out Mr. Fox's name because, hear me out, she didn't want to ruin his reputation.
Only reason I'm not going to name him is because at the time of the allegations against him,
minor's name
was in fact a minor, and that of course is relevant. So we just want to be ethical here. Throughout this episode, by the way, you're going to hear some beeps when I'm discussing this case. If I accidentally say his name, we intend to just beep it out and not expose his name so people can look up the case because, as I said, she was underage at the time.
You cannot make this up.
I find it kind of ironic that Mr. Fox did a pretty good job of ruining his reputation. Miss Jane Doe is 15, 16, 17, and by Candace's own admission, that 15-year-olds can be groomed, and they're groomable. But in this case, when it has the male as the perpetrator, all of a sudden now the woman is the perpetrator.
The arrest report shows that the teen's mother hired a private investigator to follow her daughter and Fox. Last June, while Fox's wife was away on business, the investigator saw the teen at the front window of Fox's home, quote, in the nude, touching one another in a sexual manner. And the teen described her relationship with Fox to detectives as more of a father-daughter one. She also told detectives that he was a mentor to her.
It started off with just a very close relationship between a teen student and her yoga instructor. He made a few inappropriate comments.
Police say those escalated to several serious allegations against Fox.
You see, I find some inconsistencies with Mrs. Owens. I'm going to say Miss Owens and Mrs. Farmer. This. How about that? If I do address the Mrs. part, I'll call her Mrs. Farmer. And I'll say Miss Owens. I don't know why she doesn't take the lesson. Anyway, Miss Owens has a problem on her hands here. She seems to have a very different criteria for when she's trying to defend an actual perpetrator to when she's trying to demean somebody who doesn't do anything. Minors. Now, again, unlike this minor in her assault, the other minor to do with Erica Kirk has already come out to say some things about it. Again, we are going from the aspect that Erica Kirk did indeed groom this 15-year-old. So again, if Erica did indeed groom this 15-year-old by her own metrics of how she measured it, then I would have to assume that if she is looking at this and we're looking at pasts, since she was working at the Daily Wire, then I would have to think that somehow, some way, that Candace Owens is defending child molesters.
She is.
One would have to ask why.
Candace, have you ever been immortal? Because why are you defending this? I hope you wouldn't let your daughter alone with these grown men. You only have one. She got 3 boys and a girl, right? Candace, your only daughter. Would you let your only daughter alone around these grown men? The cult members keep trying to defend you, attack Erica Kirk, but yet you're defending these ex-offenders who are going to jail for messing with kids, with children. And then you brag about living with your boyfriend at 14. How old was your boyfriend? Why won't the candy-ass cult members go over there and ask Candace on X.com? How old was the boyfriend you lived with at 14? Because LLC is getting on our nerves about it. Can you tell us how old he was and prove it? Because, we have to have evidence. We don't go on what Candace says. I could care less what she says. It's what she proves that matters the most. Candace, how old was the boy? And can you prove his age? It didn't sound like he was like a high school kid or anything. I have a feeling this guy may have been well over 21. I have a feeling deep down my gut is telling me Candace is out here living with a grown man at 14, calling him her boyfriend. Because it's disturbing for someone to have this complex, to feel like, what's the complex they call it? No reply. The people were coming out defending the person that they were held captive. Is it Stockholm? It one of them syndromes. Where they came out defending the abuser. That's what Candace has here. Because Candace, the pattern that you're displaying, your behavior, it gives off someone who has experienced that, and you're defending it. Because maybe you thought you were in love with this grown man at 14 years old. Because I don't know any person that will let a 14-year-old child go off and live with a boyfriend and not with their parents or their grandparents. No guardian around. Where were you and this boy living? Because it was not with your grandfather. You were not in a home with your parents. And I just don't get the feeling you were in his parents' house either. So what's the proof and evidence that he was your age? I don't think he was your equal. I think we're dealing with a grown-ass man here that Candace claims she was living with at 14. She seems to sympathize with the predator more than understanding it was still wrong. Candace, you need some therapy, girl.
On what planet would anyone defend a child molester? If you have an answer for me, I would love to hear it, because I've been trying to rack my little brain, and it's little, it's a piece, I say. I've been racking my brain.
Man, this is bothering, because this is the thing. You got to remember now, if she had grandparents, right? Even if her parents weren't getting along, they weren't divorced by that time. We already looked up that information. Her parents didn't get divorced since she was well over 25, 23, 25. So at 14, and she's having arguments with her mom, whatever friction's happening, guess what? If the boyfriend was 14 or 15 even, he's still staying with his parents, the boyfriend's parents would have called DFACS or CPS or called her mom and dad or her grandparents and said, listen, y'all need to come and get her, because I'm not raising this child. She's not mine. Candace would not have been able to just live in her boyfriend's parents' house without his parents being concerned if they cared. I don't think I would not let my son's girlfriend come move in with me. Like, no. What are you doing? You're not living here with him. Where's your family? You're a minor. And if she was staying with her grandparents, who was she feuding with to run away from home at 14 to go live with a boyfriend if she had her grandparents at least? Even if she's feuding with her mom, why not go stay with your grandparents, with your grandfather? And if the boy was a minor, his parents would not have allowed her to just live with them like that without getting the authorities involved. CPS, DFAC, somebody would have came out. Because now you're being negligent. You let your child run away to the boyfriend's house, and now his parents just sitting here like wondering what's going on. They would have been hopefully concerned and called her parents or grandparents and said, Candace is over here at my house. You need to come get her. Because my son is 14. She's 14. She can't live with him here, and he doesn't have a job. So I'm not taking care of somebody else's kid. But if he was over 18, at least he's grown enough to have an apartment, have his own place. That's the only way you can do that and get away with it without CPS coming out to your mama's house or child protective custody services, whatever they called it. DFACS would have been all over that in any other scenario. So when she says things like that, she doesn't think that through on how that makes her look. It's like, okay, either you're lying or how did you live with your boyfriend at 14? The school would have reported it. Your parents probably would have been looking for you. Your grandparents would have been concerned. CPS would have been involved. DFACS would have been involved. You wouldn't have been able to go to school and say that out loud, because guess what? The school's a mandatory reporter. They would have called DFACS and like, we heard this 14-year-old is living with her boyfriend. And we think he might be 18 and over. And we can't have it. We got to report it. How did she get away with that? And that wasn't reported at all. Candace, when you say things like that, you have no idea the flurry of questions that come from that. What's more concerning is it seems like this boyfriend was well over, I want to say 21. I'm just going to go flat and say he was a grown-ass man with a job and he could pay rent. And she would have been able to live with him for however much she said she lived with him. Because she said, if anyone can tell me how much time she said she stayed with him in that video, drop it in the chat. Because she said she lived with him for a few months. You're not going to be able to live with another 14-year-old or any boyfriend you have that's also in high school with you for 6+ months, 3 months, not even for a week. And the parents aren't asking what's going on with you. And they're not getting CPS involved. So obviously this is somebody that was able to live on his own and had his own place. Or at least he didn't have any parents in the house. She claims she lived with some boyfriend at 14 for an extended period of time. And no one at the school reported this. You can't make this up. And that's not some, listen, kids gossip. They're worse than adults. That would have slipped up in school. And somebody would have heard that. Some teacher, counselor, somebody, and they would have had to report that. How did she get away with doing that?
So how anybody could feel comfortable bleeping out the perpetrator who has already been assigned jail time and speaking the name of the minor as though they are the ones that did this to themselves.
On multiple occasions, she has accused innocent men of horrific crimes resulting in their unjust incarceration.
I thought we were here to protect the young. I thought that they didn't really have the ability to make the wisest decisions, which we should all know. Not all young people can make the best decisions. And some of them get caught up in things because they are what? Groomed. Oh, that's right. They can be groomed.
And the teen described her relationship with Fox to detectives as more of a father-daughter one. She also told detectives that he was a mentor to her.
It started off with just a very close relationship between a teen student and her yoga instructor.
Which seems to be the case with the Jane Doe in every one of these situations. In fact, with quite a few of them, including Mr. Milner and Mr. Friedman, there have been conversations between them about how and what's the best way for her to go about breaking up and making up and having this kind of relationship with these people, all the while speaking to her in a manner that would put her in a situation where she felt as though she had to make a choice to keep the person that they told her loved her. But Candace glosses over that to try and tell you that this girl put herself there purposefully because she was the kind of woman that would do this to multiple men on purpose.
You have a woman who is doing this to men. She has a chain of victims going back several years to when she was a minor.
If you still defend this kind of behavior, then I think something might be wrong with your compass. That's all I'm going to say. Something might be wrong with the compass because, again, if we're going to call one wrong, then we got to call the other one wrong too, right? Which is why I gave y'all the premise that Erica Kirk is indeed a groomer. If I give you that premise, then I no longer have to defend Erica Kirk, right? We have that. Okay, cool. So if I no longer have to defend Erica Kirk, then I have to come up with the same criteria for Candace Owens. You can't have two measuring sticks and say one's better than the other, especially if they're the same length. If they have the same, one's not metric and one's American, you can't have that. You want to have it right? Centimeters. You don't want to have anything different. It's the same measuring stick we're going to use for both. So if it's the same measuring stick, if I were to lay one down on Erica's situation and one down on Candy's situation, then I would have to call both wrong, would I not? And if they're both wrong, I go back to 50 Cent's statements. You shouldn't throw stones if you live in a glass house, and if you got a glass jaw, then you should watch your mouth. If neither side, and I'm giving people the premise on Candy's side that Erica is bad. If that's the case, then neither side has any rights to speak about anyone in each other's camp. However, unlike one side where it's an assumption based on some messages, this one is more than an assumption because it's based on cases, like literal cases, court documented cases, Harvey Weinstein case, Andrew Tate case, and this now Jane Doe. Now remember, Andrew Tate is the kind of, remember, all of this is in the whole segment was in a defense because the same Jane Doe is who the Tate brothers brought a lawsuit against.
First, I'll tell you who she is, according to the Tate brothers, who is suing her in Palm Beach County, Florida.
And so what Candace was doing was trying to craft a narrative to defend the Tate brothers. Mind you, a minor. Now, if you think that maybe Andrew Tate is not the kind to do that, in his own words during an interview, sitting down with a dude in a red hat with the MAGA logo on it, this is what he said to the person sitting next to him. Now, the dude's face was obviously in this state of, what the did I just hear him say? He was in shock. I don't think he knew exactly how to handle what was said, but this is what he said. He said, I was going around the place having sex with 16-year-olds, 16 or 18, whatever the age in America is.
I'm fucking all these 16-year-old women or 18-year-old women, whatever the law is in America.
What?
Now, I have to ask you, do I need to verify the legal age in somewhere to justify the things I'm doing? Because it sounds an awful lot like that's what Andrew was doing. I'm going to say I know he knows it was 15-year-olds because he said it before as to who he recruited for his websites.
I do. I helped some people organize some accounts on an internet website. That's what I did. I created a system that allowed me to convince girls to do this, allowed me to retain 100% control of their income. I know how to make sure the girl can't run away.
He did indeed go after minors. That's just who Andrew Tate is. He is attracted to minor girls. He's a sicko. Plain, simple, unequivocated sicko.
I'm fucking all these 16-year-old women or 18-year-old women, whatever the law is in America.
He perpetrates himself upon women that seem vulnerable, and he finds the best kinds in the younger. Y'all, we want to talk about Epstein, and Epstein is horrible, gross, ridiculous, yes. But please don't ever come with any highfalutin nonsense that somehow Andrew Tate's a voice for men, young men everywhere. No. He, to me, same scale as as Weinstein, and the same state as Mr. Harvey Weinstein, as what's his name? The one that's dead now, Epstein. Same thing, exact to me. So I don't want to hear this nonsense about, well, it's her friend. It's her husband's friend. Her husband's friend. And he said he knew him before he was Tate. Before Andrew was Andrew, he knew him.
I've known Andrew since before Andrew was Andrew. You know what I mean? He's a great guy.
Which means before he started getting known as a trafficker, Jorge knew him. If George knew him during the time that he was recruiting young women to perform acts of a sexual nature on camera, then something is wrong with that relationship right from the rip. There is a problem here, and we need to address it. Is this why he's quiet? I don't know. But your wife is now out here defending somebody who is on camera, verbally spewing the things that he says he does to women in order to coerce them to do sexual acts on camera while he's backstage typing to men sexual connotated statements. Now, I don't know about you, but you have to be a little bit of an unstraight human being to be able to go backstage and type sexual things as though you are a female to get male engagement.
I'm taking over. So what I did is I unplugged their keyboards, plugged a new one in from me behind the screen. So the chicks would sit there and hit a keyboard that wasn't plugged in. And me and my brother, and eventually some staff I trained, would do all the talking. The girls were just famoosers, just laughing.
His statements, not mine. I'm not the one stating he did this. He said he did. And this is who Candace Owens defended and always has defended and always will defend. If that is not a problem to you, then something else must be up and you have no moral compass and moral grounds to talk from. You simply don't. Because if you're going to use a measuring stick like we talked about on one agent, and you have this measuring stick that you're trying to use a different one on for your friend, and then you're being disingenuous, you can't then harp and say you have the truth and you're about the truth and you are right if the person you're defending is just as bad as the other one. And I'm giving you the caveat that you are right. I don't believe so, but I'm telling you, I'm giving you the caveat that you are right, that that's the groomer. Erika is the groomer. Let's say that you are correct. Then if that's the case, then you have to call a spade and say that Candace Owens defended groomers to the tune of 5 of them. And then she went on to defend a rapist to the tune of at least one of them in Harvey Weinstein. Then she went on to defend an accused rapist in the tune of 2 of them, the Tate brothers. If we're going to go by numbers, that sounds to me like an 8-to-1 ratio. Ironically, all the people that she's defending are male.
Good, great.
And the one person that's the victim here, a child, is a female. But she wants to tell you that she's concerned about this young 15-year-old who's now an adult that said nothing happened.
Exactly.
I'm just saying there's something wrong
hypocrisy
with Candace Owens and her critique of the situation when it comes to Erica Kirk and her defense of people like Harvey Weinstein and Andrew Tate. to the point where you're going to blame a victim by calling her the perpetrator and calling 35 and 37 and 39 and 59 years old men young. I mean, I appreciate the compliment that we're young, but we're not. We're old enough to know better. And these men knew better. The question is, why did Candace defend them? Why would she defend them? On what grounds does she have to say this is okay to do? What makes her believe that this is an okay thing to defend? Why would she? Does anybody know why? Maybe you can tell me, and I look forward to you helping us out. Maybe you might have an actual legit reason for saying this is why she didn't want to mention names, and this is why she believes that the young girl was the perpetrator on these men. This is why. Please tell me. Because if we do believe in trafficking, and we do believe in grooming, and we believe that people will absolutely abuse young people that want love and need love, then you have to tell me why it is that this woman, young girl, is an exception to that rule. On what grounds are you basing it? And if you can give me that, we would love to have that robust conversation with you. But in the meantime, in between time, please, by all means, put your comment in the comment section below. And if you haven't yet, take a moment to smash that subscribe and notification bell. We will catch you on the next one.
Oh my goodness. His videos are awesome. Marlon from both sides, you all. I mean, I just get lost in it's the music too. That suspense music. So yeah, I wanted to play this part of that interview as well. Let's see. Because I'm trying to like land it. I don't have the timestamp. But I'm really like, I'm starting to think that one of the reasons why Candace, and if you all know the timestamp from this Russell Brand interview, because I can't find the actual clip where she says that, and we saw it last week. I can't remember who video was in. But if you all have the timestamp on this, please tell me. Because I'm like, what enthused her to say that? What enthused her to say she went to live with her boyfriend at 14 years old? After having said, she lived with her grandfather and he's the most important person in her life. It doesn't make sense. And then she just comes out of nowhere with that. And it's like, look, do you really think that would be possible? If your parents cared a little bit? And I mean, would the sisters corroborate this? Would any relative in her family corroborate that? Hell yeah. She was able to live with her boyfriend for 6 months. What do you mean? And her parents didn't care. They didn't call her. They didn't try to go get her. I am trying to find it. I have the interview right here, you all. Can someone give me the time? Do y'all know the timestamp on this? Where she says that? Because that is so weird now. She says that she went to live with her boyfriend at 14. She said she was kicked out. Move that comment. I can't see the title. I'm sorry. Hold on. Okay. Transcript. Yeah, that'd be a good start. Hold on. She said she was kicked out and lived with her boyfriend at 14. And now I'm like wondering, how old was the boyfriend? There is if your parents cared a little bit, her sisters didn't wonder. Where's Candace at? She lives with her boyfriend. Like, are you kidding? She's 14 years old. Okay, so she talks about being a small kid living in a Me and my two sisters shared a room in a low-income housing building. And it just blew it. And it blew my mind. Because, you know, her two sisters shared one room. What? God. She talks about how she, you know, it was a very weird thing to me that people demonize the rich. But it's like, okay, but only you care about that money thing, Candace. Let's see here. Yo, we're looking at this. Okay, here it is. Good grief. I got it. This right here is concerning to me. You cannot make this up.
Through life, my parents couldn't afford to put me through school. My parents stopped paying for anything for me when I turned 14 years old. I was kicked out of my...
How? You were a child. They were legally responsible for you financially. They stopped paying. You weren't in college at 14. But they stopped paying for you. And you had two sisters. So they didn't buy you clothes or food. They didn't give you shelter. They just kicked you out. What occurred? I got it. Sorry, I got it right here. Let me the timestamp is at 4 minutes 18 seconds where she goes into this. And she said that she was kicked out. Like, are you serious? Candace, it's so weird.
I was just extremely assertive. think about the function.
Where was you educated, Mel?
That's a very good question. I think I like to say that I was self-educated because you don't learn anything in school. You learn propaganda. You learn how to function in society in the way that the government and society wants you to function. So I like to think that because
Candace, I thought you had 2 degrees. Because, you know, her cult members keep asking, what has she lied about? I told you that's not a question you want to ask. She lied about having 2 degrees. So do any of the Candy ass cult members of the bots have evidence of her 2 degrees? You want to post up? Come on. You said what she lied about. She lied about having 2 degrees. When someone asks you, what type of education do you have? Naturally, you're going to say, well, I went to high school at this school. Then I went to college at this school and I got my degree in this and this. If she got further education, I got my master's degree in this, my PhD in this, blah, 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 right? She says she has 2 degrees. 2 degrees. Where's the evidence? Where is the proof of her degrees? When is she shown 1 degree? Anywhere on the internet? Because the Candy ass cult members keep asking, what did she lied about? Her education. I told you all, don't ask us what she's lied about. We can give you a laundry list of things she has completely lied about. When you're lying about your own background and your own education, I don't care what you lie about when it comes to someone else. Why can't you tell the truth when it comes to yourself? Somehow that glass mirror she holds up to Erica Kirk, she can't hold up to her own and face herself in the mirror. You know, it's ironic and hypocritical for her to sit here and to say, I'm not lying about anything with Erica Kirk. But she lies about her own education. Show me the degrees. I don't give a damn what she says. I want proof.
I always had to earn my way through life. My parents couldn't afford to put me through school. My parents stopped paying for anything for me when I turned 14 years old. I was kicked.
I don't think Child Protective Services would have allowed them to stop paying for you at 14 years old. You're not old enough to get a job. How did you get clothes? How did you get food? They just put you out at 14, but not your 2 sisters. Make it make sense? Y'all, this is crazy. And yet they want us to say what she lied about. Where's the 2 degrees? She said she obtained 2 degrees, 1 in journalism and 1 in English. Where are they at? This is something else. Here it is right here, y'all. I turned 14 years old.
Out of my house, and I was living with a boyfriend for 6 months. Like
I was kicked out of my house, and I was living with a boyfriend for 6 months. How old is he? Candace, how old was his boyfriend? Come on, Candy ass cult members. Y'all want to know what she lying about? Why would her parents kick her out the house at 14? Not her two sisters. Stop paying for her. Stop taking care of her. And somehow that didn't go to DFACS or CPS? Department of Family and Children Services? Child Protective Services? No agency in the state of Connecticut at all knew that this 14-year-old minor was kicked out and living with a boyfriend. And how old was he? How old is he? Because if he's her age, you're not living with your boyfriend. You're living with your boyfriend's parents. And they probably would have reported that to CPS or DFACS. Y'all hear that? I'm just saying, she said she's living with a boyfriend at 14 years old. How old was the boyfriend, Candace? You want to go into somebody's past? Let's go into yours, girl. What's those 2 degrees you said you earned again? Why would your parents kick you out at 14 and stop paying for you? Stop buying your clothes and shoes and food. Why would they kick you out and make you? I mean, honestly, shouldn't they have gone to jail? Yeah, they would be in jail. I'm not able to kick my kids out of the house, or any parent for that matter, and not have that reported. I would be in jail for negligence. You can't kick your minor child out of the house at 14 years old in any state in the United States of America. So why would her parents kick her out at 14 years old? Where's the proof on that? Because her parents should have went to jail. Her parents should have went to jail. She lived with a boyfriend for 6 months. And her grandparents did nothing. You know, her grandfather, whom she says is the most important person in her life, allowed her to live with her boyfriend for 6 months after her parents kicked her out of the house and they stopped financially supporting her. And she was a 14-year-old minor child. Make it make sense. But candy ass cult members at? No, don't pivot to Erica Kirk. We're talking about your cult leader right now, who just said she got kicked out of the house at 14 years old. I have to go back. Why didn't Russell Brand ask questions on this? Isn't he a father? You can't make this up.
Videos and interviews, you're a very powerful person. You've got driven, aren't you? You've got a
lying like ill, like her education.
Yeah, and I've always had that. Like my teachers hated me growing up because
Why?
I was just extremely assertive. Think about the function.
Where was you educated, Mel?
That's a very good question.
Where were you educated? And she didn't answer it. Why didn't she say she had 2 degrees? You mean as long as they were close? He could have been a grown adult. She was 14, lone slinger. You mean it doesn't matter his age? That's disgusting. What if he was 25? You good with that? She lived with her boyfriend for 6 months. Her parents kicked her out, but her parents didn't go to jail. They weren't reported to CPS or DFACS. What do you mean at 14? It's cool that they live close, that they lived together for 6 months. You good with that? You out of your damn mind? You gonna let your 14-year-old go live with her boyfriend? Yeah, this is nuts. Y'all email me. Y'all want to check out Tamara? I just wanted you all to hear this. This is what she said. Here's the cult members' excuses. As long as they were close. F you mean? So it doesn't matter how old he was. So if he was 25, she's 14. You good with that? Lone slinger. Don't be this dumb. I get your cult leader. You know, your cult members might come and attack you. I won't tell anybody if you disagree. God. I mean, this is their sentiment. Lone Slinger, I won't tell the cult members if you disagree. Say, no, I don't agree with a 14-year-old being kicked out the house and then living with some boyfriend we know nothing about. Who knows how old he could have been? He could have been 40. She didn't say how old he was. But what she does not say is my parents were arrested for that because that's negligence and you can't kick your 14-year-old child out the house. I reported them the defects for CPS. And just in case Lady Luck Club asks, yes, there are court documents on file where I had my parents arrested for kicking me out of the house at 14. Because why didn't the school report this? Nobody reported this? You kidding me? And you let you a boy or girl? Because your parents shouldn't do that. You understand that is illegal? Don't be dumb. Don't be dumb in my chat. Do not be dumb. We're not going to excuse that. Is it too late to report Candace Owens' parents to CPS? Parents should have went to jail. That's not good that your parents kicked you out, Lone Slinger. And it does not excuse this behavior. She went to live with a boyfriend for 6 months, and none of you bothered to ask her, how old is his boyfriend? Why didn't you report your parents? What do you mean it kicked you out? Y'all should be irate at her parents. Candy asses, y'all should be mad at her parents. What were your grandparents at, Candace? What was your grandfather? The most important man in your life. What was your grandfather? That's not right. She just said her parents kicked her out. And y'all never bothered to ask her? Don't make excuses. Go ask your cult leader, how old was the boyfriend? Talking about don't matter the age. You good with her being 14? What if she was living with a 40-year-old man? What's the matter with you? You can't be this stupid. As you can see, I don't sit here. I'm not going to ever be okay with the idea that Candace, even at 14, was living with a grown-ass man. You kidding me? Why didn't she report her parents to CPS? How did she manage to stay in school, being kicked out of her house at 14? So is she cutting school all the time? Exactly. For 6 months. I want you listen, we're going to hear this one more time because Candy ass cult members think this is okay. I told you all, they got to be just as perverted as she is if they think this is okay. They're just as depraved. If they think this is okay and they're trying to excuse this, they are depraved. Candace said her parents stopped financially caring for her and they kicked her out of the house at 14 years old. And she went to live with her boyfriend for 6 months. How old was the boyfriend? If he was and day over 18, that is illegal. Somehow Lone Slinger thinks, oh, it's cool. No, even if he was 45, who cares? She's 14. Because he went to DCS. Stupid stuff. So that's the depravity of the cult members. They're going to excuse it. Yeah, because no matter what we say, they're going to find some excuse to try to debunk it. And because they don't have a thought of their own, they're not looking at this like, no, that is wrong. We would never advocate for our cult leader to be kicked out at 14 years old. That's horrible. It should have never happened. Her parents should have been reported. They should have went to jail. How do you stop caring for your child at 14 financially? And then who is his boyfriend? Who is the boyfriend? And how old is he? Because if he's 14 as well, his parents would not have allowed her to live with them for 6 months. No. CPS would have known about that. The school would have been notified. It would not have been a hidden secret. And why didn't her cousin say something about this when she had an interview on another podcaster's channel? Y'all remember the cousin? Candace's cousin that did a whole interview? Somehow she didn't mention this. Candace went and lived with her boyfriend at 14 years old. Her parents kicked her out the house. Why her cousin didn't say that? I've seen the cousin's interview, by the way. It was just boring. But the cousin Failed to mention that Candace was kicked out of the house at 14 by her parents and went and lived with her boyfriend. Funny how the cousin didn't say that in her interview. But the depraved cult members think like Lone Slinger. That's why they don't care if she defends S offenders. 5 grown men being charged and convicted of messing with minor teenage girls. They don't care about that. It's a depravity for me.
I think I like to say that I was self-educated because you don't learn anything in school. You learn propaganda. You learn how to function in society in the way that the government and society wants you to function. So I like to think that because I always had to earn my way through life, my parents couldn't afford to put me through school. My parents stopped paying for anything for me. When I turned 14 years old, I was kicked out of my house and I was living with a boyfriend for 6 months. Like I was.
You were living with Long Slinger said, "Oh, that's cool. I'm good with that." At 14. You know, because for some reason, this never comes up again. Her cousin never even confirmed that. Of course, no proof or evidence on this. But she also lied about having 2 degrees. How old was this boyfriend, Candace? And why would your parents kick you out at 14 and stop financially caring for you? Why isn't the Candy ass cult members in an upheaval over this? Why aren't they mad at your parents? And asking your parents, why did you all kick her out at 14 years old? Why aren't they doing that? You know, if they're trying to seek justice and seek the truth and things, why not ask her parents, why did y'all kick Candace out at 14 and stop financially caring for her? What's wrong with you people? What were the grandparents at? Her grandfather raised it, but all of a sudden, not now. So was the grandfather cool with you being kicked out at 14, Candace? Careful, I know you watching. How old was that boyfriend of yours? And where's the evidence on that? It's depraved. But the parents didn't go to jail. They weren't arrested. No CPS defects report. Nothing. Candace, lying like hell on your own background, as you will see, will not work out in your favor. Because, see, people are diving into you. You're putting out this information that makes no sense. And somehow you didn't report your parents for kicking you out of the house. And you just were cool with going to live with some boyfriend. He could have been 21, 25, 36, 48. Lone Slinger has no problem with it. Lone Slinger seems to be cool with a 14-year-old being kicked out and living with some boyfriend for 6 months. And God knows how old he was, right? Parents not even being held accountable for that. Grandparents, obviously, not held accountable for that either. If she had grandparents she could have lived with, but she didn't. No, let me go live with this boyfriend. That sounds like he has his own place and a whole job. So the school didn't know? She skipped school for 6 months? Where are her sisters at? Why is it? No one confirms this story, by the way. So the Candy ass cult members keep asking us what she's lying about. Her own life. And everything in it. Start with the 2 degrees she claims she has. One in journalism and in English. Just to give the Candy ass cult members a heads up on what to demand from their cult leader when they demand evidence to see if she actually earned a degree. Tell her to show you all that degree. Just one. With her full name and degree earned, major, with signature and seal on it. Because she said she has 2. They don't ever challenge her on anything she says. She a lie like hell and they just, oh, you know, whatever. Okay. We didn't say, what did she lie about? Everything. Don't ask us. We'll tell you. You're not going to like it. Let's see. Tamara. Oh, Tamara Neely. Let's go to her video right quick. Oh. Let's go, y'all. She did a whole investigation, Candace. You should feel, oh my God. Yeah, let's talk about Candace being kicked out of the house at 14. Somebody clip that video and send it to, I'm going to send her that. Anybody got her email? Email her this video with the timestamp in it. Because Candace said she was kicked out of the house at 14, you know, living with her boyfriend for 6 months. Because reasons. But the parents didn't go to jail. You can't make this up. So someone tell Tamira at the 4-minute, 18-second mark, she will find that of interest to her. Candace claims she was kicked out of the house by her parents and they stopped taking care of her and became completely negligent parents. And she lived with her boyfriend at 14. And God knows how old her boyfriend was. And for some reason, 6 months was the amount of time she lived with him until whatever happened. And then she was able to move back home, I guess. Go live with the grandparents. I mean, whatever. He never follows up. She never fills in the gap. It is what it is. Oh, let me make sure we got it all covered.
One of those kids, you know?
Wow.
Oh, okay, yeah, she was one of those kids. Yeah, that was it. God. All right, let's get to Tamira. Shout out to Tamira. She is going in on this. Let's go.
What I was thinking when I made the announcement that I was going to be investigating Candace Owens. Because this has been a lot of work. So y'all better be lucky I love y'all. Because I am up right now, late in the night, putting this together for y'all. Now, let's go ahead and get started. I had to just go.
She was laughing. Oh, I'm sorry, Jen. Let me give the Russell Brand, send Tamira this Russell Brand video and tell her to check out the 4-minute, 18-second mark. Who Candace said that she was kicked out at 14 and went and lived with the boyfriend. My God. I had Candace. Oh, man. Your parents kicked you out and you said nothing. You didn't go stay with your grandparents. Your boyfriend was cool with this for 6 months. See, here's the thing. What happened after the 6 months were up? You went back home? You went back to your grandparents' house? What the hell happened after 6 months? Yeah, it's funny how she never divulges into that. Long Slinger, what's your guess? Can't make this up. Or Long Slinger, what's your guess? What do you think happened after the 6 months? She went to stay with her boyfriend and then somehow what? She moved out and went back home? What do you think happened? What will we be able to prove? What evidence will we show? Candace, I'm glad you do. Can you tell us what happened after the 6 months? Did she magically go back home? Go to her grandparents' house? Did they start back financially caring for her again? Or was she lying like hell? What you think? What evidence proof? I'm here for it. Okay.
Wait a second. Okay, this had to be said. I have tracked down Candace Owens' whereabouts all the way back to 2005. Now, people have been pointing out that Candace Owens has mentioned high school repeatedly. She's made references to the movie Mean Girl, and she continuously brings up high school characters.
My daddy is so rich, he can buy the world. I'm so rich. We are so rich. We can buy whatever we want. And so now we're just going to buy you, and we're going to make people like us because we can afford it. We can buy social standing. Erika, chairman, CEO. Erika, my girl. Heavy is the head that wears the crown after its rightful owner was deposed. Am I right? Am I right?
Candace, you were 14. You said you lived with a boyfriend for 6 months. Girl, if you don't kick rocks.
Well, after doing some research into Candace Owens' high school past, I think I know why she continues to do that. Now, I want to get into that, and I also want to get into other things. But before we do, I'm Tamara. You're watching the Tamara Neely Show. I'd like to welcome back all my returning subscribers. And if you're new here, I would like to let you know I'm happy you're here. Quickly, let's get into a word of prayer, because on this show, we believe that prayer is our first resort and not our last. Lord God, I thank you for today. Thank you for Erica Kirk. Thank you for Turning Point USA. Thank you for Candace Owens. Lord, I pray for each and every person watching this, that they are inspired to be willing workers. Lord, help us to use our gifts for your glory. In Jesus' name, amen. All right.
So sweet.
So before we even get started, let's just talk about why I'm doing this, because I already know some of y'all are thinking, why is Tamara investigating Candace Owens? Leave Candace alone. Well, the reason why I am investigating Candace Owens is because we are in the fight of our lives. We are fighting for this generation of Americans' mindset. And Candace Owens told my generation to champion conservative values. And now she is flipped. She is influencing the mindset of many, millions. I want you to understand her mindset and the human she is. This is part 2 of my investigation into Candace Owens Farmer. You may or may not get a part 3. So enjoy this. I have created a comprehensive timeline. Let's go ahead and put that on the screen. Go ahead and screenshot this timeline so you can take.
Yo, oh, Long Slinger, you see this? The evolution of Candace, Cadence, Karen. Goodness gracious. Did Tamara see that video where Candace claims that her parents kicked her out at 14 and she lived with her boyfriend for 6 months? That's going to make a significant difference. Now we're going to find out who that boyfriend is. Candace, this boyfriend better exist. He better be a real human. You understand? Because if we find out he was well over 18, that's statutory. And I'm going to tell you right now, heifer, I'm going to drag your ass all over YouTube. For you sitting back, allowing the statutory nonsense to occur. And then you turn around and defending every other man that does this. And you didn't report your parents at all. They just kicked you out the house and stopped taking care of you. 6 months after that, Long Slinger said you just got another boyfriend.
Take a look at it on your free time. I have put together this timeline. It starts at Candace Owens' early childhood origin story, which we covered last week. And then it goes all the way up to 2026, where we are now. All right. So let's start back in 2005. This is when Candace Owens was in high school. And when Candace Owens was in high school, she had multiple racial incidences that she was involved in. But as I looked into it, I realized it went beyond race. And I'm going to explain why, starting with this first story. In 2005, Candace Owens was attacked by 3 white girls. One of the white girls left a lot of voicemails on Candace Owens' phone, saying some racial slurs, basically fussing her out. And then the girls saw Candace Owens in the hallway. And they said, Candace, we got a problem. And I'm paraphrasing here. Apparently, they were accusing Candace Owens of having a sexual relationship with one of the girls' boyfriends.
Candace, was it the boyfriend you lived with for 6 months? Oh, Candace, you were living with that girl's boyfriend. This is mighty funny how you feel like at 14 your parents kicked you out. It wasn't because, Candace, you were running away. Which one was it? Because, it's a mystery to me how your parents didn't go to jail or get reported. They whooped your ass because you were out here sleeping around with their boyfriend. Don't tell me it was the same one you were living with for 6 months. And what happened after 6 months? Long Slinger said you just got another one. Pimping ain't easy. He's a Long Slinger. You can't make this up. Candace. Oh my God. You out here at 14 running around like you, girl, you were fast. Candace was fast. That's how we said. Candace was fast tail. You shouldn't be out here doing that at 14.
And they said they wanted to catch her outside, if you know what I mean. So what did they do? They met Candace Owens at work while she was at work. And they attacked Candace Owens while she was working at the Blockbuster.
Oh my God.
The confrontation was caught on security camera. And eventually the girls were charged with second-degree breach of peace, second-degree unlawful restraint, conspiracy to commit breach of peace, and conspiracy to commit unlawful restraint and intimidation by bigotry or bias. Now, they were tried as minors, so the information regarding that case is closed, meaning the public was not aware or notified about.
It was sealed. It was sealed. So, Candace, you were charged with harassment. Who did you harass at 17 and get discharged? Was it from that fight? Candace got hit with a harassment charge. You can't make this up. Oh, boy. The cult members put her on a pedestal. Listen, 14 years old. No, I'm not studying no boyfriend, living with no boyfriend at 14. Here's the thing. If Candace was truly kicked out of the house, as she said, her parents kicked her out of the house at 14 and stopped financially caring for her, she should have reported it. She had grandparents she said she lived with. Her grandfather being the most important person in her life, they would have taken care of her. Where did she live after the 6 months with the boyfriend? That's the thing. When you sit here and you dive into someone else's background, you can't get upset when someone does do that to you, Candace. Now, all these questions are coming up. So, did you rectify whatever it was with your parents that led to them, allegedly kicking you out of the house? Because you weren't being abused. And you had 2 other sisters. And you had a grandfather. You had relatives. You had family you can rely on. And it's funny how the cousin, Candace Owens' cousin's interview, mentioned nothing of this at all. The cousin never even said, Candace was abused. So y'all, give her a little grace. Her parents kicked her out at 14. They stopped taking care of her. She went and lived with her boyfriend for 6 months. Funny how the cousin did not corroborate any of that at all. And was asked about Candace's childhood. And she did not think to mention something pivotal in her life, such as being kicked out of the house. That's a big deal to a 14-year-old child. And the cousin did not corroborate that in her interview. And this same cousin is still around. Yeah, the one that she uses to be intimidating, Candace. Come on now.
The court proceedings. But what's interesting about that story is one of the girl's lawyers said that it was more about boyfriend issues than it was about bigotry. That's what the lawyer said.
Yeah.
Now, that doesn't necessarily justify what the girls were saying, but just to add further context, that's what the lawyer said. Are we starting to see why these high school references are coming about? Well, if that's not enough, let's go ahead and go to 2007. Yes, I went down a rabbit hole. I took my time. In 2007, Candace Owens has another racial incident at school. This time, it did not involve the 3 girls, but it did involve another boyfriend.
Oh, God!
Now, from my understanding of what Vanity Fair covered about this story is that Candace Owens was over her boyfriend's house. She started receiving these voicemails. She was already going through a rough time that day that week because she had gotten into a verbal altercation with another friend who said that her boyfriend, that she was jealous of her boyfriend. And so then apparently
Candace having petty squabbles. Candace, what happened with your parents kicking you out at 14? Because good grief. The cousin mentioned nothing of this, people. I would encourage you all to watch the cousin's interview. Because the cousin made it seem like, she had a happy childhood. No problems, no issues, nothing to the point where her parents are kicking her out. They stopped taking care of her at 14. And she had to live with a boyfriend for 6 months. Her closest family member that is still in her life to this present day says nothing about something traumatic like that happening to her. Candace, why lie? And you didn't report your parents to CPS. Your cousin does not corroborate that either. But your fight seemed to be over issues pertaining to boys. Not necessarily your parents kicking you out. You just getting in mean girl fights at school over somebody else's boyfriend. Who child? You fast tail.
Candace Owens was getting all these voicemails. Once again, a voicemail scenario. And she ended up in a situation where somebody else or a group of other people were calling her racial slurs again. And this situation ended up going to the NAACP. And the NAACP ended up getting a settlement for Candace Owens from the school for $37,500 to settle this.
Mind you, she has relatives that was registered with the NAACP. I'm gonna pull that information up so that I can be factual with that. Tamara, I'm gonna help you out, girl. Well done. I'm gonna help you out because I want to make sure I'll pull up the right information on which relative was registered with the NAACP. Because you can't make this up. Because it's not like they just jump on this stuff so quickly, right? But it does help to have somebody registered with the NAACP. You can't make this up. Candace, where is the recording, this voicemail message? Because I think it seems like you may have done that to get back at those girls. It didn't sound like this actually happened when somebody left something racially motivated on your voicemail. Seems like you were just trying to get back at these 3 white girls that you got in this fight with. And you sitting here going after these other girls and their boyfriends and all this nonsense. I find it very hard to believe, Candace, that it was strictly because they just wanted to be racist towards you that day. Find that hard to believe, girl. Is it the one that was in the hold on, I want to make sure I give the right relative name. Registered with the NAACP. It wasn't Joseph Blyden, was it? Ooh, child. Okay. Halver Blyden was a member of the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, NAACP. This is Halver Blyden. Halver Ernest Blyden. That is Candace's relative that was registered with the NAACP. And no reply. Which was that, the cousin and uncle? Halver Blyden was registered with the NAACP. So you all can imagine how they were able to go out and get this settlement for Candace like that. It helps to have a relative registered with the NAACP, doesn't it, Candace? Yep. And he was registered for decades with him. He worked with the NAACP for years. He wasn't like small time.
Dispute.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I know a lot of people have heard that particular story before, but what stood out to me about this Vanity Fair article that I read about this story is Candace Owens's words about the story that they pulled out of her book. Let's take a look at those words. I ache for high school Candace, alone and crying, unaware of what the next morning would bring. So is it starting to make sense why Candace Owens is continuously mentioning high school? Could it be that Candace Owens is still living through that trauma in her mind and she has not processed that? And so now she's projecting the experiences that she had in high school where she felt powerless, or she felt that ache for high school Candace Owens? Could she be projecting that?
She's projecting the mean girl bully that she probably was, and it just caught up to her. Candace seemed like the one where she instigated issues. You know, she's an inveterate liar because, you know, there's no evidence that her parents kicked her out of the house at 14, stopped financially caring for her, and then she felt she had to live with her boyfriend for 6 months. However old he sounds. It sounds like he's well over 21. Candace just seemed to be the type where she instigated issues and then they clapped back and then she hollered, "You're being racist." That's what it seems like at this point. She didn't like the fact that they clapped back and defended themselves, or they gave her a taste of her own medicine. Candace seems to be the mean girl bully. She's just the one that cries victim when they respond to her behind. And all of a sudden, she's the victim. Candace, were any documents related to this incident or the voicemail you received? Where's that evidence at?
On to Erica Kirk. Could she be projecting that onto Turning Point USA and other people?
She's a hothead.
Because later in her timeline, which we will get to, we see that Erica Kirk is not the first person that Candace Owens has attacked. Now, if you're looking at the timeline, you know that I listed that Candace Owens was also arrested for harassment in 2007, 2008 range.
Goodness.
That is interesting to me because now.
Yes, it is, Samara. Candace, you got charged with harassment. Who the hell you harassing? Don't tell me it was like the girlfriend or the boyfriend that you claimed. Yeah, you can't just walk around and claim somebody's boyfriend, right? Or go live with them allegedly for 6 months. That was a dumb lie to tell, Candace. No evidence to corroborate it. Your cousin doesn't corroborate it. Everybody else that knows you said it. You had a good childhood. You can't make this stuff up.
Candace Owens has been harassing Turning Point USA, the Macrones, covering that story when they asked her to stop, and Blake Lively and all these other people. So when I saw that, I'm like, that's weird that Candace Owens actually got arrested for harassing people at one point. Now, this is allegedly.
Are y'all also noticing all the high school drama Candace Owens was involved in? Could that be where this drama queen got her start?
Now, let's go ahead and move on to 2009 to 2000.
Candace been a fast tail out here running around with boyfriends and crap, and didn't like the fact she got ass whooped a little bit.
14. From 2009 to 2014, Candace Owens was attending the University of Rhode Island. Unfortunately, Candace Owens could not afford the cost of university, so she ended up dropping out, and she was $150,000 in debt.
Started my life $150,000 in student loan debt for falling for this, the scam of you must go to college and take out loans, even though you don't really know what you want to do.
What you may not have known is she also had a Adderall addiction that developed while she was in college. Let's get forward.
Oh my God, Adderall. Why y'all didn't tell me what I was in for? No. Oh my good Lord. No reply. You okay? What happened? Okay. What in the world? Oh no. What happened? Oh man. No reply. You good? Do I need to send an email? Okay. Y'all, did y'all see this Adderall? Oh, Tamara. Girl, don't forget her lying about her parents kicking her out at 14 and she went and lived with some boyfriend. I would love to know who that boyfriend is, get him an interview. I just want to know how old he was. How he letting her live with him for 6 months. And her parents aren't caring for her. So obviously he did. Who's got money to care for Candace like this? And she's, 14 years old. She couldn't get a full-time job. She didn't drop out of high school either, did she? Candace, you understand lying that bad about your childhood with no documentation or evidence to support it is yet another lie we get to add to the list when your cult members keep asking, what are you lying about? Yeah, her childhood. Her parents kicked out at 14. She lived with a boyfriend for 6 months. She's getting in fights over them, but no evidence that she was kicked out and had to live with one. But, she says things to pull on everybody's emotions and heartstrings. Adderall, Candace.
Forward to 2015. In 2015, Candace Owens launched Degree 180. Degree 180 was a left-wing website that featured celebrity gossip, sex topics, and anti-Trump content. In 2016, Candace Owens launched a Kickstarter campaign for Social Autopsy, a website focused on exposing cyber bullies.
Introducing Social Autopsy, the first ever search database that compiles and allows the public to easily access the digital footprint of individuals and companies. Our team has crawled through the public interfaces of Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, creating real...
We can't skip over the whole Adderall thing. What in the world? What's this evidence on that? I want to see the evidence on that. Does she go back to the Adderall thing? You tagged me on it. Yo, I want to see that. Oh my God. Okay, let me let this play while I look for that post. Goodness gracious. Oh my God. This is something else. Hold on. Let this play and look for that. Oh my God, Candace. Adderall. Really? And Xanax?
Addiction that developed while she was in college. Let's skip forward to 2015. In 2015, Candace Owens launched Degree 180. Degree 180 was a left-wing website that featured celebrity gossip, sex topics, and anti-Trump content. In 2016, Candace Owens launched a Kickstarter campaign for Social Autopsy, a website focused on exposing cyber bullies.
Introducing Social Autopsy, the first ever search database that compiles and allows the public to easily access the digital footprint of individuals and companies. Our team has crawled through the public interfaces of Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, creating real profiles for the individuals that lob hate speech over the web.
But the platform actually ended up resulting in doxing individuals. The left ended up canceling her over this.
The left tried to do hit pieces on me during the election, and that was my red pill moment.
Really? So wait, how did doing an anti-bullying thing get you caught up in the left?
Because it was a huge failure. And when Candace Owens went through this situation, Candace Owens started thinking. And she was thinking. And next thing you know, let's also mention a little bit more history from 2017. And that is, Candace Owens was evicted from her luxury apartment that costed $3,500 a month. And this all had to do with her not paying rent for 6 months straight. And instead of Candace Owens stepping up to the plate and saying, hey, I gotta pay Paul what I owe Paul. Candace Owens said the reason why she wasn't paying rent is because the apartment had mold. And she went ahead and sued BLT. Lost the lawsuit. And she was ordered to pay $21,300 in back rent plus legal expenses. So,
Candace, did you pay that bill? Did they a yeast infection ever? It's still going, y'all. Candace. Yeasty has been plaguing your life for decades. I understand. Yeah, I can't relate, but I understand. Lone Slinger can relate. We'll let Lone Slinger relate to that. Lone Slinger, you got yeast infections. Where Lone Slinger at? Don't leave me hanging, buddy. Do you have yeast infections as well? That's not, I don't know if you want to relate to that one. Candace, you told these people you have recurrent yeast infections from this mold. And she had to have LASIK surgery. Y'all. I still laugh. Candace, it was so fun going over those court documents. You might want to be careful with you tell a judge what's going on with your body. You see. Lone Slinger. Oh no. Oh, he's talking about, don't stop being envious. I'm asking you about if you have yeast infections. Lone Slinger, do you have yeast infections? You say you can relate. Come on, Yeasty, answer the question. It's okay.
Oh, let's slow down for a second. Okay. What did we just talk about that happened back in 2014? Well, Candace Owens dropped out of college because she could not afford it. So that would mean she was, at this point, more than likely $150,000 in student loan debt plus interest. And then she also had the $21,300 balance that she owed in back rent. So it looks to me like Candace Owens was in a whole lot of debt. So what did she do? Candace became a Republican overnight. She started Red Pill YouTube, and 2 months later, she was hired by Turning Point USA. Now, are we all starting to put together the pieces? She gets canceled by the left. She's in all this debt. Next thing you know, ooh, she has this conservative revelation. And next thing you know, she's a conservative overnight.
Yep.
Now, at the very same time, Turning Point USA was in a desperate situation, if you will, because their organization, their company was accused of racism because one of their employees was caught sending some racist messages over text saying that they didn't like Black people. So what did they need? They needed some Black people. They needed at least one to be able to stand up and speak out against this foolishness. And who also needed some cash?
Ooh, child.
Candace Owens.
Candace Owens.
She needed some cash.
She had to pay that
This
judgment.
is all back in Candace Owens' history. And I'm just putting together the pieces that are already there. In 2018, Kanye West endorses Candace Owens.
Started on this couch, and the last couple of weeks have been insane. Absolutely. It has been crazy how much a 7-word tweet can impact your life positively and negatively. But I'm just so optimistic. It's been a wonderful couple of weeks for me. And
this was a big deal for her. She was super excited. She was happy. I mean, Candace Owens couldn't stop talking about it because Kanye West said that he liked how she thought. And that meant the world to her. Candace Owens also launched Blexit that same year.
It is the Black and Latino exit from the lies of the left, from the victim narrative. And it's time for us to come together and realize that we are a part of the American picture.
And Kanye West ended up distancing himself from Candace because he claimed that Candace Owens was making false claims about his connection with her merch design or something.
So he didn't give me this. So he had introduced me to a designer that was making these this calligraphy letters that were based in human beings, which was largely inspired by Uganda.
Sure.
And he helped me, that designer.
Candace, why would you lie about that? Why would you lie about that? Do you not understand? You can't just go lie on someone's brand. This guy's dumber than a box of rocks. The last thing you want to do is lie about him giving you an idea of a design of something. Why would you lie about that? That was just it was stupid. It's stupid, Candace. See, Candace has a horrible disease. It's called putting a foot in her mouth. That foot and mouth disease is something else. Lone Slinger, you know about that foot and mouth disease. It's something else. Along with that yeast infection. Oh, Lone Slinger, I love you. You can't let this up. Why are you lying like this? Kanye is not going to sit here and be affiliated with something like that affects his brand. And then you're talking about patent and all this other stuff. Girl, you're diving into a whole world you know nothing about. Why go there? It was enough for him to send the tweet. That was it. You're good with that. I'm just going to chill, calm down a little bit. Let me get my energy, this Adderall thing under control. Like, are you serious?
Helped me create entire fonts that we then put on hats.
So he claims that didn't happen. Candace said on national TV that it did. That same year, Charlie Kirk starts dating Erica Kirk. Candace Owens apologized to Kanye West, and they became friends again.
Good.
Also, what happened in 2018 is Candace Owens made some pro-Hitler remarks. Notice how quickly this is happening. That is why I provided this timeline so you all can follow along with me. In 2019, Candace Owens resigns from Turning Point USA, and that is because of the pro-Hitler statements that she was making. The people were not having it. So Charlie Kirk and her had a conversation. Next thing you know, Candace Owens resigns. Well, after Candace Owens resigns from Turning Point USA.
Wait, did Tamara work for TP? Didn't she say she worked for TP USA or she volunteered or something? Correct me if I'm wrong. Tamara. She volunteered with TP USA? Maybe not. Let me know. I'm just, Yeah, Candace lied about her degrees. She said she has 2 degrees. You have evidence of those 2 degrees? She said her parents kicked her out the house. There's no evidence on that either. Her parents should have went to jail, honey. But she lied about having 2 degrees. Where are those 2 degrees? And I want to see them. The full degrees with the seal and everything. Okay? Amina, show me the degrees. She has not corrected it at all. She just lied. God. Can't make this up. Oh, Long Slinger, you hanging in there with me, buddy? We love you.
She lands a job at PragerU.
I am super excited to announce that I am rolling out a brand new podcast with PragerU, aptly entitled The Candace Owens Show.
And she also meets and marries George Farmer 18 days after they were introduced.
You can't make this up.
Isn't that timeline interesting? She leaves Turning Point USA. Charlie Kirk starts dating Erica Kirk. Candace Owens leaves Turning Point USA. And next thing you know, she's married to George Farmer, who people have been saying in the media that he wanted to own or be the, I don't know if he wanted to be CEO of Turning.
He was a TP UK chairman in 2019, right? And then he stopped around 2021 or something like that. Candace was only there for like 19 months. She carries on like she was there for 12 years. I mean, no, girl, 19 months. Kick rocks. But he was the TP UK chairman. Plus, he's rich. Of course, she Googled him. God. Candace, just admit you knew he had money before you married him.
Turning Point USA, UK, or whatever, but there were some situations there where he wanted his part in Turning Point USA, and it seemed to be like there was some chaos, some tension, and people are still saying that to this day. Now, I have not looked too much into that situation, but let me know if you guys want me to. Also, let me know if you're enjoying this episode as we are going through it. Y'all, I have worked hard to put this together for you. So I'm hoping that this timeline is helpful. Please let me know if it is. Okay? Please let me.
Yeah, make sure y'all hit her comments with part 3, please. Okay? Tamara, if you see this, girl, make sure you check out that Russell Brand video of Candace talking about she was kicked out of the house by her parents at 14. They financially stopped caring for her, and she lived with some mysterious boyfriend for 6 months. I just want to know how old was the boyfriend, because that'll explain a lot about her covering for these grown men perps is out here messing around with these teenage girls. Candace, why are you getting in fights over boys in high school? Girl, stop.
On this show, we believe in giving honor where honor is due. I would like to thank Christian for this $5 super thanks. It says, thanks, Tamara. Keep up the great work. You have good investigation skills. Personally, I don't believe half of what she says about her upbringing was. She said so many different things in so many different interviews, all depending on what hustle/con she was doing at the time. Thank you, Tommy, for this $9.99 super thanks. God bless you. Miss Lolo, thank you so much for this $20 super thanks. It says, love you, sweet, courageous, and clever personality. Please never stop doing the right thing, girl. God bless you and what you do, and may your platform grow and always honor God.
Okay, let's go.
2020 happens. Candace Owens released the book Blackout, spoke at CPAC. So as we're seeing, Candace Owens recently just became a conservative back in 2017. And less than 3 years later, she releases a conservative book, and she also speaks at CPAC.
Sued BLT, lost lawsuit, ordered to pay $21,300 to back rent plus legal expenses, became a Republican overnight, started Red Pill Black YouTube. 2 months later, TPUSA hired her. Candace, that's just because you were loud and wrong. And now she claims that she's apolitical. She's like, I'm not even conservative anymore. Candace has said this a few times. Candace, I'm the champion, girl. Copying on me with that, it's not going to work out for you. Yeah, one thing you can't be is consistent. How do you become something overnight, liberal or conservative? How does that happen overnight? You realize when you fake the funk, at some point, this mask is going to fall off, Candace. Look, cult members coming here talking about, am I black or white? It's irrelevant because the Bible doesn't care about my race. It cares about my soul. That's what God cares about. God cares about our soul, not our race. Does not give you credence, Candace, to go after Erica Kirk. And she's a widow. Are you doing it because she's white? Because, we could sit here and go after your cult members for being racist because you're going after a white person. I mean, seriously. So them asking me my race is dumb. Because that's like asking them, are you all attacking Erica Kirk because she's white? See, we can all ask these crazy ass questions Candy asks. Or you can ask your cult leader, why is she lying about her background and her parents putting her out? Or the fact that she felt having recurrent yeast infections was brought on by black mold that she chose to live with.
Was this an authentic rise, or was the conservative movement just desperate? And this is why we need to be willing workers. The harvest is plentiful, but the workers are few.
The laborers are few.
And a lot of people are wanting to put off the work on somebody else and then wants to complain about why the work is not working right.
Talk about it.
Why it's not coming out the way that you expected it to. And maybe that has something to do with you. This story is about accountability. And as I look through this timeline, we must hold ourselves accountable as well as conservatives. Now, most of us watching this, we're not making the decisions. We've already seen Ben Shapiro holding himself accountable. But as I'm looking through this timeline, it seems as though the conservatives rush to adopt Candace Owens, to take her into this movement, to love Candace Owens. And next thing you know, she turned on him. And now they're wondering why. But all it takes is a simple timeline to see how this all came about. Now, 2021 was a turning point for me when it comes to Candace Owens. In 2021, I almost had the opportunity to meet Candace Owens. I was about 20 feet away from her, and I was about to walk up to her. And something in my spirit said, don't go up to her. I could see that she had an ego issue. She was full of herself. And at that same event that I was at, I went to an after party, and it was a VIP after party where you had to pay money to be in those rooms. And people were wondering, where is Candace Owens? Why is she not here? And Candace Owens was nowhere in sight. And a lot of people were saying at that time that Candace Owens was arrogant and that she was full of herself. These were conversations that were being had in 2021. Now, what also happened in 2021 is Candace Owens joined the Daily Wire. She also tarnished the reputation of rising star in the conservative movement, Kimberly Klacik.
Kim Klacik here. So let me come in and update everyone. Everyone's asking for updates, and rightfully so. As you know, I'm still under investigation, and none of the allegations have been proven to be true. Basically, the big accusation here is that federal agents aren't doing their job, right?
For so many people on the right, that was truly a turning point for them when it came to their support for Candace Owens, because they knew that.
And Kimberly Klacik, we went over this lawsuit, people. I'm pretty much going over all the lawsuits that Candace has, except the charges she, caught at 17 for harassment, because it fits. And Kimberly Klacik was like, listen, just leave me alone. She was running a race. I think it was just within her district. And Candace just kind of targeted her. It's like she didn't want any competition with any other black female conservative that's attractive and wanted to just kind of dominate this. That's not how this works, Candace. And you have other black women who are also conservatives that her cult base forget about, and they think that Candace is the only black female conservative on earth because reasons. And now she doesn't even claim to be conservative. Go figure. You know, it's the irony for me. Isn't that she's like, oh, I'm apolitical. Candace, stop copying me, helpful. No, you're not. And I just don't get it. Just Candace, go where you're happy. It's obviously it's not conservatism at all. Not even a little bit. I see this Adderall article, Candace, you wrote. Child, nothing conservative about this article, girl.
Kimberly Klacik did nothing wrong, and her financial dealings in her campaign were completely fine, in good standing. Instead, Candace Owens went online, went on an Instagram live, and completely tarnished her reputation. Millions of Candace Owens supporters backed her just because they trusted her. And to those people who did that, if you happen to be somebody who backed Candace Owens during that time, you owe Kimberly Klacik an apology, and I hope you give her one. I know her. She's my friend, and a lot of y'all were wrong. Candace Owens also.
Very wrong, Candace. I've read the court documents, and you were extraordinarily wrong. You just went out on the attack on this girl, and for no reason. I think there's enough space in conservatism for more than one black woman. The idea of you feeling intimidated and threatened by any other black woman in conservatism, Candace, is disgusting. You don't sit here and dominate that. And now you're not conservative at all because reasons. You got people out here that are supporting you, telling people not to vote for somebody. Make it make sense? She's not a conservative. Candace, just live in your truth.
Hosted a series of Instagram live attacks against celebrities and other right-wing conservatives during that same year. She was posting attack after attack after attack. She also began selling these freedom phones. And I remember when she came out with that was interesting. I was like, okay, that was kind of out of, that was random, is what I was thinking. And next thing you know, the freedom phones didn't exist anymore. Never brought it back up, which is interesting. I mean, she was selling the phones for $500 and they were worth $120. What? And, it's interesting that she was doing that because people said in her, like during her current investigation that.
Are you selling the phones for $500 and they were worth $120? Candace, that's a $380 markup. I understand math might go over your head, but trust the math on that. Why were you selling these phones for $500? You robbing people blind.
Oh, it's interesting that she was doing that because people said in her, like during her current investigation, that she keeps bringing stuff up and then after it falls apart, she never even addresses it. She takes no accountability. None. And so it's interesting when I look back in her history and I'm like, well, I'm seeing, that's a pattern. In 2022, Candace Owens founded a startup called Glorify. And this was a banking startup. The company shut down within months. So I really don't know the update on that. And then in 2023, Blexic ended up merging with Turning Point USA. Let's take a quick look at what Joel Patrick has to say about his involvement in Candace Owens's Blexic. Apparently, she owes him money to this day.
This is extremely angry and vindictive as a person. I know this from personal experiences with her. Candace also owes me money, speaking of which. She owes me reimbursement for when I brought Brandon Tatum and several other people to Blexit. They were supposed to pay for my hotel. They promised me they would pay for my hotel. They did not pay for my hotel. And you're like, well, what do you care? You got money now. That's fine. I didn't have money then. Would have been nice, though. I made posts.
No, it's the principle of the situation, Candace. Pay him what you owe him. You gonna pay me what you owe me, Sienna. Candace, pay him what you owe him. It's about principle and integrity, is it not? How dare Candace Owens farmer not pay her debts of what she owes? Candace, Cadence, you owe this young man for his hotel fare. Pay him what you owe him. Give him the money. Don't make me get my Irish. Yeah, I got a mean Irish accent I can just pull in.
For Blexit. I was in the founding meeting for Blexit. I was never recognized for my work on Blexit. But you know what? It is what it is. We're also going to just ignore the fact that Candace tried to poach donors from TPUSA to donate to Blexit, even though Blexit was objectively a failure since there was no measurable increase in black voters that could be tied directly to Blexit. And it was in direct competition with the president's actual Black Voices for Trump organization.
In 2024, Candace Owens ramps up her anti-Semitic rhetoric.
Candace, this is such a low blow for someone married to a lord. Yo, such a low blow. Married to a lord. Why are you acting so broke, Candace? I'm about to say Beetlejuice. Oh, ESG. Yo, that jacket is giving ESG Beetlejuice vibes. Just don't say it 3 times. She might appear. Oh, dear Lord. Oh, it's the Beetlejuice, Candace. It's the Beetlejuice. Da, 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 da. Shake, shake, shake. Shake your body round. Shake, shake. You know that. Take it out of the top. I don't know the words. Candace. Oh, man. What are you doing? Candace is like, I'm trying not to blend in with the wall.
It became very, very noticeable. And because of that, she was fired from the Daily Wire. Now, think about this. At the time, Candace Owens was receiving millions of dollars from Jewish people. Millions of dollars from people who she called Zionists, people who she say are evangelical Christians and people she doesn't really, like and all this stuff. Yeah, she was receiving millions of dollars from these people from all these years that you can see on the timeline. They gave her a hand up when she was broke and she was $150,000 in student loan debt, and she owed the apartment complex over $21,000. But all of a sudden, Candace Owens marries this Catholic millionaire who went against his parents. And I've learned a little bit about his history. His parents don't agree with what he's doing. George Farmer. Nope. He went against his parents. And now those two have teamed up and they've caused a whole lot of damage. Candace Owens no longer necessarily needs the money from the people that lifted her up. Now she's using that same money to tear those people down. And this is why you have to not be desperate and make quick decisions sometimes. Sometimes you have to let people's character develop and see their character develop over time before trusting them with such...
Candace, you got an interview with Donald Trump and now you dog him out every other 3 words. Can't make this up. Why are you dogging him out? You got an interview with him. He was able to call you, tell you to knock it off with the Macrons, and then you dogged him out. Make it make sense? You know who she doesn't go after? Melania Trump. Candace has never gone after Melania Trump. Has she even mentioned Melania Trump? Does she even acknowledge Melania Trump exists? She's never gone after the first lady. Not Melania Trump. That ain't how that happens, huh? It further has people believe, Candace, that you're not serious in anything you're saying and doing. It's all a PR stunt for you. Because I know you're doing this for a show, Candace. I have no problem calling you the demon that you are. You go after you just go after specific people, I think. I don't get it. How do you fake being a conservative? Forget the Bible. It exists, I guess, huh? Child, look. Ooh, Candace. You mess with a widow. That's not gonna fare well for you, girl.
Big responsibilities. That same year in 2024, Candace Owens' visa was also denied in Australia, and she owes to this day $100,000 worth of refunds to those citizens. She blames the promoter, and she said it's all on them. In 2025, Candace Owens published a 7-hour documentary into Emmanuel Macron's wife, alleging that she is secretly a man.
Oh,
this was
Candace,
her big
don't make me
thing
pull up Jermaine Stewart.
after leaving the Daily Wire. And she was asked to stop doing that. Instead of stopping, Candace Owens persisted. And she claims that President Trump told her, hey, you should probably pull back on this. This is not a good look. I don't know if it was President Trump directly or someone from his team, but she brought President Trump in the conversation. And she didn't stop. And the Macron family filed a defamation lawsuit.
Now,
and then she cried like a baby and then was like, where's Trump and Vance at? You know, the vice president, J.D. Vance, who's not studying her. Why aren't they saying anything? They're attacking free speech. Defamation is not free speech. Candace, it's one thing when you're lying on yourself and your background. It's another thing when you're lying on someone being born a gender, which is a matter of human anatomy and biology. Two things you have not comprehended. You know, because you can't prove that you received a degree in journalism or English, and your Candace cult members refuse to produce evidence that you've ever presented a degree you said you earned. To Amina, you ask us what she's lied about. She lied about her degree. Must we keep repeating that over and over again? Or are you going to compute that correctly? I told you, ask us what she lied about, or we can give you a list, honey. And we have the documentation. Where's that degree, Candace? Where is it? Show the degree. Show it. So she cried like a brat, you know, because she provokes and provokes. And then, just like in high school, she gets her ass whooped. Then all of a sudden, she wants to cry foul and cry victim. Candace, that's what cowards and punks do. Punks go out and try to have people's channels reported because you don't like what's being said, but it's the truth. It's an exercise of free speech and expression, freedom of the press. But when you go out and intentionally lie and you show a complete disregard of the truth, that is defamation, particularly slander and libel. And because you had that disregard of the truth, then it's malicious intent, to which they will prove. You have court next month, Candace. Make sure your little ass show up. Oh, and we're going to be giving updates on the court case for the Macron lawsuit this weekend. I got a couple messages at x.com on when I'm doing updates. Oh, we're going to be doing it this weekend. We're going to catch up on all of Nicholas Brooks' videos so that when she goes to court next month, you guys have an idea of what the options are and what she'll probably be doing. I think she's going to try to settle out of court because she really doesn't want to deal with the discovery. Candace, that's not her MO. And we've gone over her lawsuits. So the way she conducts herself in court when it comes to lawsuits, it's not all this lip service and her blowing hot air and hot breath, yeasty, foul mouth nonsense that she does all over her show. No, when it comes to the matter in court, it's a totally different ballgame. Candace has already admitted that she's defamed them. She's just trying to say that I defamed them in Tennessee. When no, you defamed them on the internet, which is interstate communication. Girl, that crosses state lines. Yeah, no, she thinks she has a legal argument. She doesn't. Funny how that works. Candace, don't respond and say that you defamed them at all. And I'm tagged in it. And don't think that I'm not going to snip that damn response, girl. You don't think I'm going to see that? Forward it over to the Macrons to help them out? Candace doing clown stuff on X.com. You don't even realize it. She told on herself twice. Candace, you're going to lose. Stop crying about it. Just go to court. You got court next month, Candace. Don't wear the Beetlejuice suit. It's not going to be cute.
Oh, if you are, in fact, currently at this moment, the first man of France, that would be Brigitte Macron. And you are currently suing a podcaster in America named Candace Owens.
And it is still ongoing. Late 2025, Charlie Kirk was assassinated at UVU. Candace Owens then releases a video revealing new information about Charlie Kirk, that he had been considering becoming Catholic. She was urging him to just take the next step.
Candace, babe, it's giving
that's
side
funny.
chick because these tributes to Charlie Kirk are getting real personal.
Yep.
Who does that when someone with a prominent presence passes away? You then release information like this when you know his faith was most important to him? At that very same time, there was an evangelical revival happening around this country. People were buying Bibles like never before. And Candace Owens saw this moment as a moment to hijack the legacy of Charlie Kirk and push what she cared about, which was Catholicism and her hate for Israel. In her early part of her investigation, Benjamin Netanyahu eventually released a letter that Charlie Kirk had sent him. In this letter, Candace Owens said that this letter was going to be a big deal, and it was going to show that Israel was the reason why Charlie Kirk is not here, that Israel had something to do with it.
Somebody has fabricated a monstrous big lie that Israel had something to do with Charlie Kirk's horrific murder. This is insane. It is false. It is outrageous. Charlie Kirk was a giant, a once-in-a-century talent who defended freedom, defended America, defended our common Judeo-Christian civilization. Charlie loved Israel. He loved the Jewish people. He told me so in a letter that he sent me just a few months ago.
Well, once Benjamin Netanyahu released that letter, the world saw that Candace Owens, what she said was not adding up. CNN also sat down with Candace Owens. CNN presented court filings detailing Tyler Robinson's involvement in Charlie Kirk's assassination.
When you say you believe that Charlie Kirk was betrayed by someone close to him, what do you mean? I think that in the coming weeks, there's going to be a lot of financial reports that are coming out. And I, first and foremost, do not believe that.
Wolves of Finance, is he enjoying that cease and desist letter he got? Is he still running his mouth? He's going to get sued. Yeah, is Wolves of Finance your source, Candace, for the financial stuff? He's an idiot. And why is he asking for attorney's fees? It's funny how he put out all this nonsense. Defamation is not protected free speech. And then he turns around and asks everybody to help him pay for attorney's fees. Make it make sense? No, Wolves of Finance, you got it. Go represent yourself, clown.
Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk. I want to be very clear on that. Whether he was involved, I think the answer is yes. I think.
Candace, who pulled the trigger on the gun? Because you were supposed to be telling us this back in October. Who pulled the trigger on the gun, Heifer? You've been stringing your whole people along. Now you're off on a tangent attacking widows and violating the scriptures in the Bible. And yet you can't tell us who pulled the trigger on the gun.
That's obvious.
Give us the
and
evidence.
your basis for saying he didn't act alone is what? I don't know, maybe the weird Fed messages that were concocted out of thin air that had no timestamp and were written like they were speaking in 1822, among other things. Their lack of an ability to answer any basic questions about what took place.
Do you have any proof?
Yeah, but no evidence on it. Where's the evidence of the person with the weapon in their hand pulling the trigger on the gun? Any DNA evidence, fingerprints, blood, tears, sweat, hair samples, footprints. Where's the evidence? Candace, I shouldn't even have to tell you what type of evidence to go and get. Can't make this up.
That the messages were made up because that would be easily proven. Yeah, but they didn't put timestamps on them, and Discord came out and said they didn't exist. This was supposedly text messages, not Discord messages. It's my understanding from the indictment. I actually did not read that they were text messages. The indictment.
You didn't read it at all.
What would it be like the feds are like on a computer, like typing it out back and forth? That's exactly what it is. The feds made up the text messages. But you don't have anyone from like the FBI telling you.
The feds is not spearheading the investigation. And it's the Attorney General, the state of Utah. Give the man his credit. FBI does not have jurisdiction over that investigation. It is the state of Utah. God, why is that so hard for her to be consistent about? It's not like she's never said it. She said that. She said it after her interview with, it was the meetup where Erica Kirk and someone else flew out to Tennessee and told her to kick rocks and, we're not going to warn you again. Yeah, even though they did warn her with a cease and desist, just file a lawsuit. But the next episode, she came and said, yes, no, it's not the FBI. It's the Attorney General for the state of Utah spearheading that investigation. And what does her cult base hear? Everything but that. And They could just Google and read it, because reading is fundamental. They won't do that either. Candace, so apparently you're going to have to command them to believe, I guess, because, they could just read it. But you're going to have to command them, again, to know that the FBI is not doing the investigation into Charlie Kirk's assassination. It is the prosecutor for the state of Utah. The AG. Yeah, because that's how that works.
That I have leaks. Okay. No. Has anyone leaked you? And Tyler Robinson has anyone said to you, even off the record, like, yeah, we faked these? I have very strong sources everywhere on both sides.
No evidence.
Well, I look forward to seeing the evidence. Yeah, sure. Because when we keep talking about evidence, it's like, who's going to present that evidence? Like the mainstream media? Like who?
No, you, heifer. You, heifer. You. Candace, you present the evidence. You gather the evidence. You get the documentation. And then you show it in the camera in front of George. He's behind the camera. So you put the documentation in your PowerPoint, your presentation, whatever you're doing, and show everybody in your video. Why is she not understanding how evidence is presented? Piers Morgan was right. Candace, you are bad at this. You're bad at this. No, I was right. I said that.
Who are you expecting to come out? That would be a hot story. No, it wouldn't be. It would be. It wouldn't be. If the FBI, like if I had a source telling me, like if I had proof that the FBI faked those messages, that would be an enormous story.
Did y'all also catch how Candace Owens didn't trust the feds when it came to Kimberly Klacik either? It's almost like Candace Owens believes that she is of some sort of higher authority than people who are actual professionals in their field. Now, I'm not saying that all federal agents tell the truth, but I'm saying that is interesting. Tyler Robinson's lawyer has even said, stop listening to people who have been saying stuff online. And we know who's been the main one talking.
Because the reality is, if releasing footage, if releasing clear footage of what
Candace has no perception of how laws work regarding evidence in a criminal case. Because laws are something that her cult members can look up and read as well. Reading is not fundamental to these people. They don't read. They just hang on what she says out of her mouth. Candace, that's why you need to show them the law pertaining to evidence being released in a criminal investigation. Because they're only going to believe it if you say it. You're their cult leader. You need to lead better. Candace, you're dragging your coat down to the fiery pits of hell or wherever you're going. Zanzibar, who knows? You're going to have to do better with being, the cult leader that you are.
What happened on that day means that you are going to lose in court. That it probably signifies that the person that you are trying to bring to court didn't do it.
Keep in mind, this was the same person who was disqualifying Charlie Kirk's chief of staff because he used to be an intern in the office. But, oh yeah, she's an expert. They presented the evidence to Candace Owens that the police have at this point, and Candace Owens didn't even know the information that they released. She was,
of course,
completely confused. At that moment, we all realized that she hadn't even read up on the story. But yet she had hosted a full-on investigation into Charlie Kirk's assassination. Next thing you know, she comes out with Fort Huachuca claims, and Erica Kirk was at this military base, right? And all this stuff was happening, and all of that fell apart. And even Candace Owens' biggest supporter, her number one supporter on X, came out and said he can no longer support Candace Owens because of what she said about that Fort Huachuca claims. He said that those were false and everybody could see it. In 2026, Candace Owens doubled down. This leads us to where we are today. Candace Owens received a second cease and desist letter from Turning Point USA, and she laughed it off.
Right, you guys, happy Wednesday, and congratulations to me. Congratulations are in order to me. I received my first legal letter of 2026. I would say that it took longer than expected, right? It was 20 days into January, yesterday at least, when I received it. I think that's a record. I'm proud of myself.
Wasn't a big deal to her. And then she doubled down even more. She has now started an investigation into Charlie Kirk's widow, Erica Kirk, because she has a feeling that Erica Kirk was involved in Charlie Kirk's assassination.
It's fascinating that this one word that completely destroys and throws us off track is also a word that in some ways rhymes with the history and what we're going through today. And it's dangerous to want to be someone or something that you're not. To perform, to impress, to strive to be equal to another broken human. I find it absolutely intriguing, the act of comparing yourself to another person, because truly, how well do you know that person that you're comparing yourself to? Sure, you see their highlight reel on social media, you see their outward appearance, but do you ever see their reality? More oftentimes than not, we don't. And it's almost like the act of comparison, you're creating this fake illusion of jealousy that doesn't even exist. And I have watched firsthand this one single word destroy some of the most talented people in their industry. And it doesn't matter what age you are, what demographic. Like I said, I've been in the entertainment industry since I was 13. I've been a business owner since I was 17. And it doesn't matter if you're walking across the stage for Miss USA or if you're in a boardroom, comparison bleeds into all of it. And to think that the girl sitting next to you is your comparison, is your competition.
That's how Candace thinks. She thinks everybody's her competition. Candace, no one stunned you when you don't pay our bills. We owe you nothing, heifer. Child boo, at least the cult members are used to me calling her heifer. You know, I don't owe her anything. She's not my god or cult leader. There's no cult leader in my life at all. And she's certainly not God. Candace, you need to do a better job of commanding your people to spell your name correctly. They still cannot do that. Can't make this up. It was funny. One of them said that she went to the school that Umar went to as well. That was funny. That was funny. I laughed on that one. You know, because Umar's an idiot. Oh, dear Lord. Candace. No one cares how you feel. Okay? You've been wanting to force people to care how you feel for decades. It's not happening. Because your feelings aren't even validated at this point when you're just sitting here going after somebody who's not stunned you. But when she sues you, I want you to keep this energy up, heifer. I want you to go to court and be just as cocky and arrogant as you are every time you get behind that camera or in front of it where George is standing behind it. George, how's the Bullying Done Club working out for you? Y'all know he's walking around in a pink tutu. He's singing this Raining Man every day. Come out the closet, George. Candace, keep this energy up. If you're going to sit here and brag about getting cease and desist letters, then why get mad when you get one? Why get mad when you get hit with a lawsuit? Take it like a champion. You know, the way you grabbed this woman's butt and you took that photo. The cult members don't even care about that. They can care less if she's taking photos, kissing other women and grabbing their butts. They find that to be cool. Somehow that's conservative. Can't make this up. Is that very Christian-like, Candace? Is Christ king when you're walking around here grabbing another woman's butt with your whole hand and then she's squeezing? You're taking photos? Yeah. And the woman is wearing wet clothes. Is Christ king in that photo? You can't make this up. Is Christ king in that photo, heifer? When you're grabbing another woman's butt and she's got on soaking wet clothes and you were pregnant. And you standing out like, yeah. Yeah, Candace has a very checkered past and she just doesn't want to tell the truth about it. Why lie, Candace? Live in your truth. Come on out and be the pumpkin that you are. That yeasty infected pumpkin. Come on, girl. Tell George to come out the closet. We know he prefers Andrew Tate. You can't make this up.
So unhealthy. Your DNA sequence was not a mistake at all. And comparison is a double-edged sword. There's no winning. Either it makes you feel absolutely superior because you're putting someone else down, or it makes you totally inferior because you're putting someone else down. And the prideful side of comparison is just as ugly, especially as we scroll through social media.
Is that feeling rooted in truth, or does that feeling have something to do with Candace Owens' past? And the fact that she once met a white girl with blonde hair and she wanted what that girl had. Then she was later on bullied by 3 white girls. And this,
I don't think she was bullied. I just think she got her ass whooped. Candace was probably egging them on, saying and doing dumb stuff, being the mean girl she is. And then they whooped her ass. I mean, come on. I have seen zero evidence to prove that they were bullying her. They got caught on camera whooping her butt, but that's one fight. Candace, what were you doing to them all the rest of the time? You can't antagonize people and go messing around with their boyfriends and stuff. And then think they're not going to try to... Girl, they was like, okay, it's on and popping. Beat the crap out of you. Candace got her butt whooped. Why you didn't fight back, Candace? You didn't... Where was your sisters at? Or this cousin? You used, she treats a cousin like a pet or a gnome. I just helped my cousin sit in and just look intimidating. All right, what was that cousin that when you was getting your ass whipped at Blockbuster? Candace, were you really racially profiled? You got $37,000 out of that. And then you claim that your parents cut you off financially, kicked you out the house, and you had to go live with your boyfriend at 14 years old for 6 months. But you didn't report that. Well, and now she has 2 degrees and won't show proof of either. Just show one. You can't make this up. Proud of getting cease and desist, but get mad when she get hit with the lawsuit. They didn't have to send you a cease and desist. They didn't owe you that. One more thing Candace refuses to Google and read. Erica Kirk is going to sue the badoozy out of her. And it's going to feel like that ass whooping all over again you got from those 3 girls, Candace. That you probably pissed off at some point. Getting charged with harassment is not cute. And you being a fast tail and you bragging about it by saying, I lived with my boyfriend for 6 months at 14 years old. It's disturbing. That's not even normal. I'm sitting here like, where are your parents at? They would have gone to jail. What are you talking about? But yet no one can corroborate that. No documentation, no evidence. This is the extent to which Candace is willing to lie about her own past. So I have no reason to believe that she did nothing to antagonize either of these girls that beat the crap out of her at Blockbuster. I'm not condoning violence at all. But Candace, you can't go out and harass people and bully people and think that it's not going to backfire on you. Because see, back then, their way of defending themselves against you and your nonsense was to whoop your butt a little bit. In the real world, you get hit with lawsuits. You already got one coming from a president of a totally different country. And you're going to have one coming in from Erica Kirk and TPUSA. And they need to add George to it as a co-defendant because he was complicit and he let this happen. Let his ass get hit in the pockets a little bit. He'll feel it. George, no one told you to stay silent about this. You could tell your wife, go make me a sandwich. Me and Andrew. Make it turkey. You could tell her that. She's writing books about that and all. Candace is not submissive by a least bit. In the least bit. Not a submissive bone in her body. And yet, you get mad when someone sues your ass. No, you got it coming, Candace.
Started to take a hold of her. She felt powerless in those moments. And next thing you know, she becomes a bully herself, full-on bully herself, which I think when she was in high school, she was probably doing some bullying too. But the other people had escalated it too much. And she felt alone because I didn't hear in those claims that she had anybody on her side. It was always the other people had multiple other people on their side. It was 3 girls. It was 4 guys. It was, so she felt powerless. So is
messing
it
with
that
all
her
of them.
claims are rooted in truth, or is this her opportunity to get revenge against her past? Finally, the Macron case is still ongoing as of 2026, and Candace Owens needs your money. She really needs it. So buy all of her merch. Nothing to see here, because she's telling you the truth. So be sure to support her channel and everything that she's doing, because everybody's against her. This has nothing to do with her. It's all about everybody else. I hope that this timeline gives you a better understanding of the human Candace Owens is. As I look back on my investigation, the reality of the situation is that both Candace Owens and Erica Kirk are only human. They are a part of a political machine. And when it comes to politics, I have learned that there are a lot of power-hungry people. I don't know Candace Owens personally. I also don't know Erica Kirk personally. I've met her a handful of times. But what I do know is I personally don't believe Erica Kirk deserves the negative publicity that she is getting just because people think that she's weird. When we really think about it, all of us could be considered weird by someone. That doesn't necessarily mean that that person has done something wrong. Asking questions is important, but once those questions turn into defamation of character, that's when it's no longer okay.
Exactly.
Now, as I stated, I don't know either one of these ladies, but God does. And I know that he cares about the widows and the orphans. There could be things that come out about both of them because human beings are flawed. They're sinful and they are in need of a savior. While Candace Owens is spending countless hours investigating the widow of Charlie Kirk, defaming people, insinuating that his team had something to do with his murder, it's important you understand the human she is and the history and the footsteps that she's walked in. Candace experienced a lot of brokenness as a child. She was a lonely child. She also felt powerless. She experienced bullying and she became a bully. And as we still see today, she is still being a bully. We are in the fight of our lives. We are fighting for the mindset and heart of my generation. And this woman told my generation to champion conservative values. And then she flipped. This is my why. This is why it was important to me to show you the human she is. I hope this timeline gives you a better understanding of Candace Owens Farmer and the human she is. Now, some of you may ask me and have already asked me, am I getting paid? Did somebody pay me for this?
Girl, y'all, listen, I'm waiting on Candace cult members to give me the $7,000 at this point. Because Israel is taking too long, I guess. Who knows? Why don't they just pay us the money? Go figure. Then come on, Candy ass cult members. Y'all give us the money. Just give us the $7,000. Candace, your cult members want me to get $7,000. I already told you it's going to be per hour, heifer. I'm going to start invoicing her for real. I'm going to get a really good letterhead. And then I'm going to send Candace an invoice. On behalf of the cult members of yours that want me to get this $7,000, here you go. Pay to the order of my Cash App. You can't make this up. They want me to get paid so bad. Pay me the money. Shoot. That's not an insult. $7,000, that's cheap to me. Add another zero to that, make it $70,000. Why does it have to be $7,000? That's so cheap. Y'all see what we got to go through? We got to go through all these dumb bots. Sit here, read the Candy Cup members' comments and all this nonsense. Look at the headache we got to go through. We got to research, come up with evidence, documentation to prove Candace still does not have a degree. Reached out to the school. She still can't present a degree. Candace, we go through a lot to talk about you. The headache that you are for an hour when you're talking in your videos. I mean, you really think $7,000 is enough? No, it's not. Why don't you triple that? As a matter of fact, what the Bible says, 70 times sevenfold. I'm looking at more like $49,000. Just multiply that, girl. Yeah, you sitting here cheating us on this money. Give us more. What are you talking about? $7,000 is not enough, Candace. And why do the cult members keep coming up with that number? I've asked them every single time. Where did you get 7,000 from? Why is that the number? I mean, wouldn't it be like 144,000 if they really want to hurt our feelings? It represents the 12 tribes of Judah. So the $144,000 is just like, oh, that's just too much. What difference does it make? They just coming up with numbers. Give me the $144,000. For the 12 tribes and the chosen ones, give me the $144,000. Good grief. Stop shortchanging us. All that we got to go through to sit here and talk about Candace. Stop shortchanging us. Can't make this up. Y'all, shout out to Tamira. I wanted to get in this article right quick before we end. Candace wrote this September 17, 2015. Candace. How I scored an Alderall's prescription without so much as a doctor's evaluation. 3 easy steps. Why are you writing articles like this, Candace? This is so disturbing. This is why, and I don't think I disagree with what Tamara said is her being a bully. Candace has always been a bully. She's always been a bully. What she has not always been is held accountable for it. And I think that butt whooping that them 3 girls gave you was just a taste of that accountability. Candace, you walk around grabbing other women's butts, taking photos when you're pregnant. Yeah. Can't make this up. I highly doubt that woman enjoyed that photo. She didn't look happy at all, Candace. Candace looked happier than the woman did. Candace, how did you score a whole prescription like this? Shouldn't you be in jail for pushing pills? This is the stuff that she wrote in 2015, as opposed to just going to school and getting an actual journalism degree. This is a how-to guide for anyone that is looking to score an amphetamine salt/Adderall prescription. Amphetamine. Why are you pushing this type of pill? That's a dangerous drug, Candace. When you're only 90 pounds and you're skin and bones and gaunt, that is the last thing you should be pushing. Candace was small, but why are you taking strong meds like this? And you have not been evaluated by a doctor? You can't make this up. Did it conflict with that yeast infection going on? Candace, was the Adderall a way for you to try to subside the yeast infection symptoms or what? It must have been an itching and a burning and a pain. Candace, it's believable for you to still pee in the bed at night. You can't make this up. Yeasty is down there destroying that bladder. Oh, good Lord. She's up here getting amphetamines and all this stuff, prescriptions, but doesn't really have the time or acting skills required to go get diagnosed with ADHD. Candace, do you have to act? I mean, we can just watch like 3 or 4 videos of you acting like you literally carrying on as if you have ADHD. And then let's not mock that, Candace, okay? There are people who actually have ADHD and they didn't ask for that. So, no, she thinks you got to have acting skills to get diagnosed with. You can't make this up. Step 1, live in America. Because, for reasons, you can only be American and get Adderall. Oh, this is a simple but very important step because this is the extent of her English. Candace, you went to school and this is what you learned when it came to grammar and syntax. Everyone knows that if you want a prescription without a reason, everyone knows. Everyone knows this. Does everyone know this, Candace? Oh, it's the grammar for me. It's the grammar. I can imagine Jay Witt reading this. He's a retired teacher and all. Deacon would be so mad right now. Yeah. Oh, man. Jay Witt would be so pissed. He would be like, oh, it's the grammar. The grammar. Oh, dear God. Everyone knows, because everyone on Earth, including aliens, I guess, Candace, get off our planet, knows that if you want a prescription without a reason, but just you want a prescription without an evaluation, So evaluation is reason. Are we equate that term to be the same, one and the same? Oh God, it's the grammar syntax. Your chances will immediately optimize. Your chances will. Oh my God, Candace, I can't even read this. I feel like I'm gonna lose brain cells reading this, Candace. It's so stupid. The margins should increase by approximately 92%. Where did you get that? She got a whole stat in here, and what is this validated by, Candace? The margins? What margins? Y'all, this is they said she's so intelligent. And yet they don't read themselves. Because if they did, they would read this and be like, nope. We understand what Lady Luck Cloak was saying. This is where this is this is not worth that $7,000 they keep trying to force me to take, even though it should be more. Now you all see why I said pay me more money. Why does it have to be $7 grand? Give me $49K. Candace, you owe me a lot of money. This article is about to get dumb. Brace yourself. So there's a stat in here on margins. God knows what data, scientific information she's reading. Who knows? She just came up with some. If you just live in the U.S., if you live in the U.S., Candace, there's certain words you just don't even need in here. Just is one of them. Step 2, consider deeply why. Consider deeply. Oh, God. Consider deeply why you want. Good grief. Where's her cousin at? Somebody should have stopped her from writing this article. Candace, somebody should have stopped you from writing. God had to be laughing on the throne at this. Even Jesus said, this heifer. Step 2, y'all. Here it is. Consider not dropping out of college and obtaining a degree in English if that is what you're majoring in. Please stay on course. Candace, go back to school. Consider deeply why you want this prescription, because reasons. As many of you know, this medication can be highly addictive. If you're going to take this sort of risk, please be responsible and at the very least, have a legitimate reason as to why you need it. For me, it was because I had 3 thesis papers to write in college that were due in the same week. Outrageous. And wait for it. My dash. The dash. Candace, why is this dash? My favorite fraternity ever. What? Oh my God. My favorite fraternity ever was throwing a party that weekend. So obviously I could manage both. Yeah, because this whole run-on sentence. Good Lord. Candace, it's the run-on sentence. You couldn't break this down into 2 sentences? This is what the cult members are sitting here getting in every day. When they hear her speak, she writes as she talks. Still stupid. Candace, I haven't gone in on you for a while. I mean, and I'm just talking about completely ethering you. I haven't done that. I have not ethered. Candace Cadence, Karen. Amber Rose Owens Farmer. Yet. Doesn't mean you don't have it coming. I just haven't ethered you yet. Oh, this dumb alien. Candace. Oh, Lord. He didn't have an editor-in-chief or anything. I was in irrefutable need. Oh, my God, y'all. Here it is. Oh, the zenith of the stupidity. I was in irrefutable need of something. Oh, Jesus. Y'all see this? Do you all see this? Oh, my God. I was in irrefutable need of something that would speed my performance up. Oh, it's the Candace. I'm getting a headache. Her co-members say that she's smart and intelligent. Every time they say that, I'm going to reference this article. and make the candy ass cult members do something that they don't normally do, that would pain them to do. Read. You're going to read this damn article every time you say, Candace is smart and she's so intelligent. She's our Lord and Savior. She does no wrong. Prove her wrong. What? This article is just all wrong. Candace, if you're going to assimilate amongst humanity, you got to learn our language. Who in the world approved this article to be posted anywhere on the internet? I was in irrefutable need of something that would speed my performance up. Not speed up my performance, because grammatically it would be better. Step 3, just ask for it, comma, man. Yeah, she's supposed to be homeschooling 4 children. I am so concerned about those kids. Candace, please tell me you have a nanny or a sitter or somebody that's actually doing all of the homeschooling, because you should definitely steer clear of English. Like anything ELA, language arts, reading, comprehension, writing, creative expressions. Stay out of it and let the teacher do it. Go get them a tutor. God. So she waddled into a random doctor's office and saw the nurse lady. The nurse dash lady. Candace, is that how we describe them? Nurse lady? Would there be a difference? So if it was a nurse man, would I see nurse dude? Candace, I'm butchering this article. I just want you to know that because you're an idiot. Nurse dash lady. Nurse lady. Yeah, not nurse dash dude or nurse guy. Nurse lady. The one that comes in before the doctor and takes your blood pressure, asks your medical history, etc., etc. Oh, are you talking about the tech? Or a CNA? Candace, you couldn't just give the job title? The nurse lady. The nurse lady. I can't believe this. She had 4 kids, you all. Can you imagine doctor coming in or the nurse? And she's like, hi, are you the nurse lady? Are you here to give me more IV fluids? I'm giving birth. Candace, oh God. Oh man. Oh, y'all, this is the zenith of her intellect. Candace, I know you listening, you dumb doornail. You can't make this up. Oh, Beetlejuice. And she was all like, oh God. Oh God. Oh man, why you all put me up to this? Who sent me this? I'm about to be so mad at you. Oh, did y'all see this to Jay Witt? Oh, his response will be epic. You can't make this up, y'all. This is so crazy. Candace, you're a moron. She called IV fluids vein water. Oh. Good God. Oh, my stomach hurt. Candace, how's that vein water? Oh man. IV fluids is vein water. Oh, that's priceless. Woo, child. She call it vein water. Oh my God. Yeah, no, you don't even have to ask. That's exactly what she calls it. Vein water. Is this vein water? Oh God. Oh Lord have mercy. Can y'all imagine what she calls monostat 7? Oh. Y'all get creative and tell me what you think she calls monostat 7. And Candace, that's why you still stuck with that yeast infection. The terms are not translating in your mind well. Oh man. Oh my good God in heaven. Oh, Candace. Oh God. Yeah, we gotta have a good laugh on her behind. Y'all, what you think she calling monostat 7? That's why yeasty is still here. It's lingering. Who, Lord? She doesn't even know what to tell the doctor lady to get rid of it. Oh. If we got nurse lady, it's got to be Dr. Woman. You can't make this up. Good grief. Candace, what do you call a surgeon? Knifey man. It's knifey man. Oh, good God. Who knew reading could be so much fun? Candace. Come get your soul glow. And that vein water. Just let it shine through. Yeah, why Candace is stuck with yeasty dough. Oh, human cream. Who knows? Whatever he come out of. Oh, yeah. This is why she can't listen. Candace, it's called monostat 7. When you go to the store, just look for that on the box. MONISTAT-7, okay? Because I know you don't know the difference between the letter N and the number 9. You told on yourself with that one. She said that herself. We were like, oh, okay, wow. That's probably the one fact she's ever told. Like, the one truth. Hey, to the candy ass cult members, we're giving you one. Candace told the truth. She does not know the difference between the letter N and the number 9. There you go. See, we can see common ground on this. Oh, God. And she was all like, why are you here? Not why are you here? Never mind that. Why are you here? Question mark. And then, more of a run-on sentence. And I was like, I just need to refill my prescriptions, ma'am. Is that how you spell ma'am, Candace? M-A-M? Really? Not ma'am? M-A''am? No. Maybe that's not how she spells it on her home planet. Okay. All right. So, because Candace is an alien, we have to let her get away with this. And then more run-on sentence because it's not ending. This is all one sentence, by the way. Yeah, this is one sentence. So I waddled into a random doctor's office and saw the nurse stash lady, and this is in parentheses, the one that comes in before the doctor takes your blood pressure, asks your medical history, etc., etc. And she was like, and we're still going with this run-on sentence, and was all like, why are you here? And I was like, I just need to refill my prescriptions, Mom. And then she looked me firmly in the eyes, imploring, which ones, not inquiring, imploring, because people look you in the eyes and they're imploring things. They're not inquiring. They're going to implore. Candace, imploring? So you just didn't bother to look up any word in your entire life, is what I'm going to assume. It's called a dictionary, Candace. That might be complex for her. Now, Candace, everything's online. So you can go on dictionary.com and then you can look up the definition of the word imploring and then look up the definition of the word inquiring. And then you can see the difference because those words have two different definitions. So the nurse lady looked her firmly in the eyes, imploring, comma, because we're still in the same run-on sentence. Which ones? And I was quick on my feet with an Nasonex, Advair, true, brief pause, and then Adderall. Lies. Okay. We finally reached the end of this full run-on sentence right here. Here it is. And her cult members say that she's so smart and intelligent. Girl, Candace, I'm going to charge you $7,000 just to read this one long run-on sentence by itself. God, I'm sending you an invoice, heifer. Oh, Candace, you're going to have to pay me all the money. You can't make this out. Can we sue Candace for pain and suffering? Candace, I'm going to be so tired. I'm going to bed. You can't make this up. And then there's more. Oh, God. Candace, why? This is one sentence. Y'all see that in blue? That is one full sentence. It's a whole run-on sentence. You can't make this up. Candace, I don't even want to. I'm going to send her a bill. Somebody tell her on x.com to look out for my invoice for reading this dumb article she wrote. Lies. It's funny, though. We've had a good time. All right. We've got the best joke of all tonight. Vein water. Oh, my God. So she said, Nasonex, Advair, true, brief pause, and then Adderall. Lies. Because somehow this is a whole word with exclamation in. Okay. Girl, she then asked me how many milligrams, and I was game time ready. Oh my God. She did ask me how many milligrams, and I was game time ready with a 20 milligrams instant release twice a day. What? You know what, Candace? If you got back on Xanax, I probably would not oppose that. I just, y'all, I'm going to show y'all. I got a source that told me that Candace is still taking stuff to calm the hell down. I'm going to show you a picture of the source. Okay. And when we get through, I'm going to show you all the source. You won't believe it. Oh, and I was game time ready with a 20 milligrams instant release twice a day. Because, crack is wick. She wrote it in my file. What file, Candace? You said you waddled into a random doctor's office. Here we go. I waddled into a random doctor's office. So how did you have a file all of a sudden? You mean your medical record? Okay. God. And then when the doctor, the one that comes in after the nurse, like no one knows this. Did y'all know that there was a thing called nurse lady and a thing called doctor man? Or who knows? Dr. McGruff. It could have been a dog for all Candace knows. Candace. So Dr. McGruff, woof woof, came in after the nurse lady. Because who knows what a doctor is? I told you all Candace is an alien. When you don't know like Candace, why do you not know the concept of a doctor? This alien is still trying to, assimilate to life here on Earth. Okay. Came in. She proceeded to listen to my lungs and then wrote me all of my refill prescriptions because how do you have a refill for Adderall when you've never had a original prescription filed to begin with? And how exactly did you pay for this, Candace? Oh, hopefully she'll tell us later. I then became addicted to taking Adderall every midterm and final season for the rest of my college career. which was like 3 years because she dropped out. And you know what? Candace, what did your thesis look like? God, this is just an article. Can you imagine her thesis papers? You have to be serious with those. Candace, if it read like Umar Johnson's dissertation for his damn I'm gonna laugh. I'm gonna find her thesis papers just so we can have a good time, because otherwise there's nothing to learn from it. No reply. You think you can track down one of her thesis papers? I'm in the mood. Oh, boy, Candace. Oh, man. This is priceless, Candace. We get your thesis papers. We're going to have a good old time up in here. Just to be an old-fashioned storybook reading style. Just ignorance on steroids from you. The zenith of your mindset and how you think. Because, your cult members think you're so smart. Can't make this up. Yeah, never mind this whole long run-on sentence right here, though. Because somehow that's proper English. Okay. Now, I know what some of you concerned folks, concerned in parentheses, all parents, folks are thinking right now. And before you get all crazy in the comment section, no comma. Let me just clear the air. Period. That should have been a period. Yes, I made it to the frat party that weekend. Hashtag God bless America. Stay tuned for part 2 when I forego. Is this how you spell forego, Candace? Is this how you spell forego, Candace? Candace, that's not how you spell forego. Y'all. Y'all got to send this. Oh, God. Please tell me Jay Witt read this. Did Jay Witt read this? You can't make this up. If he read this, listen, we can track down her English dissertation, please. I want it. I want her thesis papers. Hey, yes, how you doing, honey? I want Candace's thesis papers. Candace, I'm going to butcher that. I'm going to tear those thesis papers up, girl. And you in the process. We're going to laugh for hours. Do you understand? My jokes will be unlimited. I'm telling you, I'm coming in with the English accent, and I'm going to do a mean Irish accent. I'm coming in with it all, Candace. I'm going to wear your ass out in those thesis papers. Will I get my hands on them? Oh, I'm having a whole live stream for that. I'm going to come on camera and read it all. Oh, I want you to sit there and just soothe and just loathe. Just seethe. And loathe me reading your thesis papers. Oh, good Lord. You can't make this up. Candace, how do you spell forego, girl? This dumb heifer. And she's supposed to be homeschooling 4 children. Candace, spell forego. You can't make this up. And I want to see it in a thumbnail, because you always listen to my videos, and then somehow my ideas end up as thumbnails or titles of your videos. Like Bride of Chucky. Somehow she took that and turned it into Bride of Charlie, because it was so original. You couldn't make up something better. You're already gonna get sued. Erica Kirk is gonna sue the crap out of you. Erica Kirk, when you sue her, please present this article to the jury so that they can see. Candace is really an idiot. Exhibit 8. Ask her. Have your attorney ask her how to spell forego on the stand when she's being cross-examined. That's going to be funny. Candace, this is not how you spell forego. Satire and seriously discuss how I effed up. Oh, God. Seriously discuss how effed up it is that 0% of the above story is a lie. She wants us to know that she was telling the truth. Oh, Jesus Christ. Candace, this sucks. Oh, God. Oh, my God. Candace, the run-on sentences, just the flat-out misspellings. I can't. My brain hurts. Y'all, this has been fun. I'm just, did y'all enjoy that? That was like a good bedtime story because I still got to go to bed. I did not plan on being 4 hours, but this was so much fun. Candace, thank you for, rightfully so, revealing how you're an idiot and who are just laughing at your expense. I hope you're off the Adderall and then you go and buy some Monostat 7. You might need the prescription strength. And yes, that vein juice can only be administered by the doctor, man. So do not get on the nurse lady's nerve. Next time you go to a hospital, do not get on the nurse lady nerve. They have the ability to inject medicine into your vein water. And if you piss off the doctor man, the doctor man is really going to give you something to put you to sleep. He's going to be like, you know what? I read that article you wrote. And, just for the sake of humanity, here you go. Just relax. You can't make this up. Oh, Candace. It's the yeast infection, you all. It's causing a brain rot. Monostat 7, Candace. You can't make this up. What y'all? Y'all, this has been something else. Oh, good grief. Did people pay to read this crap? I hope not. They all need to demand a refund. That's why I said, can we sue Candace for pain and suffering? Candace, my head hurts. And I have a migraine. I'm tired. And I'm hot. I've been laughing. Good grief. Oh, man, that was painful. Oh, I'm going to sue Candace. We're going to have to start a class action lawsuit, y'all. For all those who've been, even if you had a headache or chest pain or shortness of breath, you've experienced any of these symptoms, please call 1-800-SUE-CANDACE. 1-800, join this class action lawsuit, sue Candace. You can't make this up. Thank y'all so much for tuning in. Let's see, we got Melinda sent us a $5 super. Thank you so much. I did. We grabbed this article. Melinda, it's because I love you, girl. You better be glad I love you. Thank you for the $5 super. So Wolfie posted up from CO's blog page where she wrote this article here about the Adderall without the doctor's permission or prescription. So shout out to Melinda. Y'all, we had a good time. That was fun. So if you want a headache, go listen to Candace. Exactly. Or read her article. You'll definitely walk away with a pulsing migraine. My migraine is pulsating. I want to thank all of you so much for the support and tuning in. Hit the like button on the way out. And we're going to go live tomorrow, you all. And yes, email me no reply so we can rectify what's happening here. Because I don't want to do anything to upset my supporters because you guys come first. All right. Thank you all. Thank you, mods, for holding it down. And until the next one, Lady Luck Club out. Deuces.